Hello everyone, it's Matthew, Meachew Repeats. I'm back with Meachew Commentary 27. My stream was terminated. I don't know why. I suspect maybe it was the Vocaloid music I was playing, but we'll see what happens. I'm very interested to test it out. Okay, so I have multiple streams going. I said before, we'll see what happens. Because I'll play Resident Evil 6 first, and I'll see what I'll play through the campaign. Maybe. Oh, maybe I should. Okay. Well, a lot of people don't like Resident Evil 6, what I do. On YouTube, I apologize, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Okay. I'll go back to it after.
Now I gave you concrete examples of cultural values. Can you tell me what this means?
Because in the past I was able to do lo-fi and Vocaloid, maybe. But maybe it was the other stuff, because I was streaming at Angry Man, and I know that you can't actually really do that either. Well, I don't know, I'll see. I'll see what happens though.
So as an American, you just don't care about the French.
I'm saying that when we're talking about foundation.
Well, I'll just have this one, 27 and 26, to the same, like, live stream maybe. Because I tried to, like, live stream before. No, I'm grateful I didn't get a strike or, like, a copyright claim. They turned my data to stream, but it's okay. I like YouTube a lot, though. But you should always say you should try to archive your stuff. Because you never know if you'll need it or not. And I want mine. Make sure you archive your stuff. People should try to archive it. Is what I try. Okay. Now, I don't know if it's going well so far. I can't tell. I guess we'll see.
So when I'm saying foundational, I don't mean
of the United States.
I think what I'm going to try to do from now on is to not
when I'm saying the culture
like live stream.
What is the philosophical framework?
Maybe I won't live stream the content anymore, just the audio, which is okay with me. I get it. You know, not my own stuff. And it makes sense. But the reason I think Resident Evil 6 gets a bad rap too, many people don't like the gameplay and stuff. Like, I like it. The reason why I like the gameplay is you can do a lot more with it than the other games. Yeah, it's not like scary, but I don't think I'll take a lot of fans in Evil games are. I want to see what oh yeah, it was because my last stream got taken down because of, I think it was like third party audio or whatever. I can't exactly remember what it was. Okay. I can go through this just fine and playing the games and stuff. I think I'll be satisfied with it. I wonder if it's because of the vocal line. It's kind of loud though. I like your vocal right, but I don't want to listen to you. Or I want to let you turn you down more. Anyway, I hope people are blessed by God, including YouTube. YouTube, you're pretty awesome. I know a lot of people don't like Google, but I don't mind them. So going back to the Resident Evil stuff, one of my favorite Resident Evils is Resident Evil 6 and Resident Evil 5. Because in the game Resident Evil 6, you can do a lot. The other games you can't do that. So I think there's a lot of good stuff there. Are we stuck? Wait, is this professional? I think it is. Yeah, I like Resident Evil 6. I know a lot of people don't though. It doesn't bother me because Resident Evil games to me weren't really that scary. But I didn't mind them. Like I got infinite ammo for this sniper. Oh yeah, break down 2 rooms.
That's not suffrage, that's 19th. We talk some sense. The 14th Amendment, I think, is citizenship. It's about birthright citizenship. Yeah.
The 14th Amendment?
Yeah.
It's the 14th Amendment prohibits states from infringing on religious freedom by applying the First Amendment to them through the due process.
Read the 14th.
Let's see. Um, so again, I do not mind the atmosphere of Resident Evil 6.
I think that's the case. Besides, even if it was
The reason why it doesn't bother me is because the other games, they don't really scare me much either. I mean, people like the fixed camera angles and whatnot, but for me, just didn't do it. So,
So whether I remembered or not, like who
people who are
but if the 14th Amendment says what I'm suggesting,
inconsistent, self-righteous, hypocrites who are not consistent with their own stuff, even if they have context for that thing. Scaling the white light is the strongest character in fiction, in my opinion. I think Jesus Christ is God, and he says, when he said, "For Abraham is born, I am." The time is existed as before, which implies he is God. So there is that. And then, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, like, do a no death run, but I don't know. And get ready for, like, whatever that was. I remember it was like it was like a jump scare or something. Okay, yeah, okay, fine, she's like,
nothing at all to do with religion. Had to do with birthright citizenship. They focused on that.
okay,
What they were saying
something like I did like Resident Evil 6, I did not mind it. I guess the story, it was okay, but I really liked the gameplay in Mercenaries.
so what happened is the Supreme Court began to rule that
I guess for the gameplay, I kind of wish they maybe put more horror elements, which wasn't like the Leon campaign does, and maybe the other ones too, at times. They just don't consistency. I would say that this is more like scary or more horror theme based. It's not really scary for me. No, I don't really get scared very much at all because, well, who needs to be bothered by stuff like that? Not I. You can like fiction and sort of fiction. You can like fiction and not like it and know something in real life as well. You can like the aesthetics of something and say somebody had some good ideas and not fully agree with them. You can have your own beliefs be challenged not taking by not taking it personally.
he was saying first that, hey, this was about religion, but it wasn't.
By not taking it personally and stuff like that. I guess the other one would be is that you don't have to take it personally or get offended, even if you get like, I don't know, even if you get like, what was I saying? Even if you like, even if you take like, even if your beliefs get questioned and stuff, you don't have to take it personally. like Resident Evil 4, the original one, and the remake too is also good. But yeah, you can like aesthetics of something without agreeing with the philosophy or the beliefs. You can like fiction of something, even if you don't agree with it in real life. You don't have to take everything personally nor get offended when your beliefs are questioned. You can have your beliefs questioned, you can believe in something and say it's an argument for incredulity, which I believe many of my people do because I'm an LDS Mormon. I believe that God can do everything and anything because the arguments that many of my people say is that they say, well, God can't create something from nothing because it's illogical. The issue with this is that you don't have all knowledge or all power. You don't have the abilities of God. You don't have the knowledge of God to clearly say what He can and can't do. You're just saying what He can't do based on your own perfect logic, and that you can't hold the logic of humans to the logic of God. And many LDS people say, well, God can't make a square circle. Even if that's the case, even if you can't do something that's a logical contradiction, you wouldn't be able to know that. It's like, how do you know for certain God can't make a square circle? Even if we state that He can't make a square circle, even if we can't make a square circle, the fact of the matter is, we can't possibly know that He can. So I'm not saying whether He can or can't, but just saying, well, it's logically impossible for God to do something that's out of our comprehension. And I'm like, how do you know that something is outside of your comprehension? Oh, well, because humans can't envision a square circle, or you can't envision 2 plus 2 can't equal anything but 4. It's like, okay, but the issue here is that you still can't actually know or can't do something that doesn't mean anything. So just saying, well, God can't do something logical because I don't understand it, feels like an argument for incredulity. It just seems like you're just saying, wow, I can't envision it, so it can't happen. It's like, okay. Like, good luck. You can't actually know what God can't do, but okay. And to say, well, He has to obey the laws of logic, or He has to obey the law of reality, because we can't envision it, I think it's a very strange argument to say, well, He can't do anything because, well, gee, look at that. He can't, I can't envision anything. Well, maybe you can't envision it, but that doesn't mean God can't do it. Just because you can't understand something doesn't make it illogical from that standpoint. Just saying, well, I can't envision it because it can't be the case because it's not logically possible, or I can't envision it, or it can't happen, it's just strange. Just a fallacy. It's an argument for incredulity. There's other fallacies too that people don't know about. There's the Texas sharpshooting. There's the strawman fallacy, which is basically taking things out of context. Oh, that's shooting. That's shooting there, Cotton. I wonder if something I also like about the infinite ammo for Resident Evil 6 is that even though there's infinite ammo for it, you still have to reload, whereas at least in Resident Evil 4, you got infinite ammo with, Resident Evil 4, you got infinite ammo with like the Chicago typewriter, or the infinite launcher, or the PRM, or the hand cannon, yeah, I think it is the hand cannon. You could just spam it and hold down the trigger forever, and so the Chicago typewriter, infinite pocket launcher, the PRL, and anything else, they really make the, oh wow, I'm almost done. Jeez, man. Well, it's a good thing I have Arithmetic +1, because when you have that as one of your equip skills, if you get killed by the partner, they can bring you back up. Pretty cool stuff, by the way. And I'm kind of surprised my still hasn't been terminated. Jeez, man. I think I'm almost dead. Alright. I gotta use my... No, let's not use that yet.
Because they didn't recognize each other as Christians.
That doesn't matter. They both recognize the Apostles' Creed is Catholic and Protestant. It's just Christian, right? Whether or not they were slight about communication. Why not do one religious task force that compromises between religions? Why don't they just go on the Apostles' Creed?
Because they didn't recognize each other as Christians. Let's say, right? In order to fucking, I don't know, help with some legislation, do something.
Something I like about Resident Evil 6 also is that you don't have to have a babysitter. Like, cause Sheva, in Resident Evil 5 and actually in Resident Evil 4, you have to like constantly watch them. Now Sheva, you can get armor for, actually in Resident Evil 4 you can get armor for her and she can be protected, but you don't get that for a while though. Or after you beat the game on even normal or professional. I think it's on professional, I believe, but I'm not sure. But Sheva though, until you get like the infinite ammo, she's a liability because unlike Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 5, you have to watch your partner because they have a health bar. Resident Evil 6, there's no health bar. So, I think it's better for Resident Evil 6 and 5. Well, 5 is harder, but it's harder for the wrong reasons. Because you have to watch a partner rather than your partner can just take care of themselves for some reason. Even though they're like trained in this stuff, she doesn't need to like backup. It's like, dude, if you need like, if you need help, if you're a soldier, you need help, then I don't know what to tell you. And yes, I know Jill went against her and she's like super soldier and she's enhanced and stuff. But still, I don't like that Jill can't like protect herself. I mean, she could if she had like no health bar and didn't have to watch out. But the fact that you need, like, you need it is crazy. Here's what's going to I'm not going to press the button for the door. Oh, I'm waiting. I'm pretty sure the alarm's going to come on now. Oh, okay. Look at that, dude. More zombies. Oh, I'm sorry, lost progress. Jeez, man. See how like down, fast down again? Jeez. Yeah. Well, the campaign is also known in like Jake and Sherry's because the Easter which is kind of like the hunter person, like the guy who runs after you in the original Resident Evil 3. I forgot what it was called, but it would chase you. I don't remember the name, but it would chase you. Kind of like Mr. X in the Resident Evil 2 remake. What's it called anyway? There's, Jeez, man, you die so quickly. Dude, I was down in the middle of that too. Dude, I was just a bucket then. I'm not playing too well. But yeah, I'm not. Because I'm not used to playing Resident Evil 6. At least not on professional difficulty. Which is one difficulty removed from the no hope mode. You can't use infinite ammo in that mode. I'm looking for some medallions. One of those you can like find them like on ceilings and stuff in the doors. And it gives you, if you get them, it gives you like extra points or something. I can see one. Unless I probably, maybe we can get them. Oh, see there it is right there. Oh. Okay. Let's go now. What the heck? like one.
Founding fathers actually believed that the original church and state was important. They would have found a way to regulate the Constitution. But they did not. They did. Allowing states to have choice of birth is not the same
They
thing.
should have known that.
Were states allowed
Oh,
to make their own religion?
okay,
That has nothing to do with, for example, saying that the church doesn't get a hand in statescraft, which is written exclusively into the law. Yes.
yes. Already more better than Shabba could ever be. Plus, I don't have to watch Lane as hell. I don't like that stumbling animation. Just walk over him alone. Walk over these people. Well, they're not people anymore.
And so instead what they did is they wrote it out and they just let states do it so they could sneakily blend in their ruling the church and state. That's your argument.
That's good. Good one.
Yes, or no? Is that your argument? Are we getting personal? Are we getting personal? Because you said no personal answer.
I do miss the merchant from Resident Evil 4 though. But yeah, people who write fiction for how others, like how they act and stuff, it's not the fiction. Fiction can't make you do something. Aesthetics can't make you do something. Beliefs, even if beliefs can't make you do anything. Actually, take it back. They can tempt you, but they can't really break you. Unless you truly believe something is happening, it's like if you're like hallucinating, I guess you would believe in it. And like, cause it's like, so maybe it depends on what I mean by belief. There's usually like a hallucination or something like that. These zombies are adorable. Come on, Elena, let's go.
You're saying that after the founding fathers, they did want the church and state. Do you think that?
They wanted the states to be able to
Do you think that the founding fathers wanted America to have a blend of church and state, but they wanted the church to have
Take a right up ahead. You're almost there. Keep running.
George, the founding fathers were signed by saying, yes.
Okay.
like some
Alright. So here's where you have to look for the keys. It's not going to be in the court department. And I think yeah, I think push the R2 and L2 button. Alright, we got out of there.
Exactly. That's my whole point. Exactly. Yes, it is. If the founders, if at the federal level they can't make a determination of who the Christian Israel is in, and that's why even up to the state
church and state to not be separate. However, they couldn't find a way to write it in the Constitution other than through the Ten Amendments. Doesn't your Constitution don't interrupt me? Don't interrupt me. You can correct me after. Just write it down.
Leon, Helena, are you
So you're
all
saying
right?
the founding fathers, by implication, they actually did want the church and state to be formed. They actually valued it. By because you're saying that they wrote it into the Constitution by allowing the states to do it, which is implying that the founding fathers did want church and state to be blended. They just couldn't write it in within the First Amendment clause, so they allowed the states to do it as a sneaky way to
Nice,
smuggle
nice.
in churches.
This is like the worst straw man ever. No, here's my actual position. The actual position is do the Articles of Confederation, and that's not working. We knew that we needed to have a federalist nation, otherwise we couldn't have currency, standing army, or anything like this. Because of that, the states were completely distrustful of having the federal government because they had just fought off a massive fucking kingdom. Were very distrustful, and so they needed to sell it to them. The way that they sold it to them is they were like, well, since it's all Protestantism, we can't figure out our foundation. So we will take a secular approach at a national level. And what we'll do is we'll keep the 10th Amendment, and each of you can put in your own religions if you want to. That was the compromise. It has nothing to do with the motivation of the founders at the federal level want to get, not want to get.
His is more scary than the other ones, I think.
That's great. But you just said what you're saying is, which refers to my argument is, and it's not. My argument is there's a compromise between the states and the feds. And the compromise was that the feds were not going to tell the states what religions they could or couldn't have. Period.
And was the compromise why the fathers, were the founding fathers compromised? Because they had a hope that the church and state would stay connected. They just couldn't let it in. Is that what you're saying?
At which level?
So they were hoping that the nation
I don't really like the covers. Like the switch over cover system.
They wanted national level to adhere to the idea that only the states could enforce whatever their religious value structure.
I'm asking, did the Romans want to conclude that the
You're
founding
right on the subway.
church and state, that they did not want to separate churches?
Alright.
Express at which level?
I'm assuming that if they felt it at the federal level, they probably felt it at the state level. I don't know why a founding father would like,
Jefferson.
not at the state level, but I actually did. You said compromise, right?
Jefferson was like that states had religions and he made that choice. But other presidents made clear they were fine with it.
So the majority of the founding fathers who think they wanted separation of church and state,
At the national level, that was the compromise, yes.
do they want it?
I don't know.
Well, LeBron might go to the Golden State Warriors.
Some of them did, some of them didn't.
Do you think most of them did or most of them didn't?
I don't know if it's most. Do you?
You said a majority of the founding fathers. Well, I would say
Yes, I said weren't idiots.
you also said that they were very
You
Protestant.
gonna play with Steph Curry?
So my argument would be that these good old Christian boys all agree that
Let's see what happens.
that's why they wrote it into the Constitution.
At the federal level.
Because we know Kevin Durant got a lot of crap about
They
it.
just didn't take the state's rights. They just
But I guess it's because he went to the team that beat him. Even though they were up 3-1. And
at state level, but they would not
LeBron's older and so is Steph. But Steph Curry is still lethal. Lethal and stuff.
At the federal, okay, I don't know how it's
why would they want it not at
at the federal level. They did not want
Yeah, I think if he goes over to Golden State, because he can still stay in LA and stuff. I know he wants money, but he's like 42. He's still one of the best players, I think. Is he my favorite player? Is he one of the best? Yes. Because I'm more comparable to Jalen Brunson and Steph Curry because those guys are like 16, even though I'm 5'5" only, and those guys can play. So Steph Curry's the greatest shooter ever. Jalen Brunson is that dude.
You seem to be saying that was it the motivation, if it was the case that there was no states, would the founders have preferred no religion?
So I've made already a firm that said, well, the founding fathers, despite being done,
Why did someone say my name?
Protestant or Catholic, went out of their way to write religion out of a federal nation, grounding America at a nation level as a
I guess the dogs did.
in fact, so non-religious. Hold on, I'm not done.
I'm in Reggie.
Really quick before you go, we are a bit over time on the board.
It does give us
What can't I'm just sitting here.
your eye rolling.
Yeah, that was
Which is totally
killer.
fine. Like,
disappointing. Well, there's dogs later in like a graveyard area that are maybe harder, but that was pretty easy, I have to admit.
I just tried to steel man, you cut me off. When I was trying to steel man your position, you cut me off.
I don't know.
Okay, got it. So here's the thing.
If you're gonna steal man, you should probably
Well,
conversation. I want to understand you, and you want to understand
Elena, you better help me out.
my understanding of your life is that no, you're a
Oh, that's right.
wanted
I should have,
church estate takeover, but you believe that essentially they allow the state to
no.
so that the states
One
could say
down,
and it would have been a federal level, they
no.
recognized that they were a compromise, and they couldn't find a good compromise amongst the
I got to go anyway, Elena.
how's that incorrect?
First part.
It's like you're not my Jill Valentine. Not my Jill. You
The state itself, perspective
I'm
states are
okay.
as the federal government.
See,
That's
where
what
is the
anti-federalist thoughts. You have a federalist mindset for some reason. You keep on, I understand the disconnect. Disconnect is you keep thinking that federal systems are just are more important than state systems.
professional
Definitely not.
first years? I used to have mods for the game, but then I deleted everything, including the mods. And so, if I want to put them on, I'll have to download them.
Recognize the use of Protestants over there. Not the federal government is making the demand that you had to be X thing, swear oath to a thing. So what they did instead was they said, what we're going to do is we're not going to implement a nationalized religion. The states instead are going to be able to implement whatever religious institutions that they want. They were perfectly fine with blending church and state, yes. Perfectly fine.
Do you think they preferred it?
Many of them, yes.
Why did they write it to the federal constitution?
Well, I'm not used to it. Alright, let's see. Well, is it... I wonder if it's... I want to see what
I don't know if you want to
happens.
ask this. Seems like the answer's no. Because in a good faith conversation, we're both trying to understand
Okay.
like coherent version of one another. We're trying to actually understand.
Why did you just ask me, explain it to me when I just explained it to you? You said, then explain to me why they did that. And I'm like, I just explained to you why they did that.
So again, then I was going to say,
Okay,
right, which is that you're telling me that the founding fathers, all of their intelligence and all of their battling and their ability to do so much, like found America, they couldn't figure out a way
Alright,
to
here we
protect
go.
themselves if they actually all dominantly preferred a blending of church and state blending. They did figure out a way to do that. So you're saying they actually did do that sneakily through the 10th Amendment.
It wasn't sneakily, it was up front of me.
Why wouldn't they just write that in the First Amendment? Why would the First Amendment bar the union of church and state?
Well, I'm kind of unprofessional.
At a federal level,
What they did was they said, okay, we're not going to implement any religiosity on independent states. We're not going to do that ever because independent states gets to pass their own religion as part of the compromise that they made with the federal government due to the Articles of Confederation.
So I hear Capcom won't reject Resident Evil, and a lot of stuff, what I like, at a particular time, it's based on my mood. So usually I play games based on my mood, or listen to music based on my mood, or like to research stuff based on my mood and stuff. So just really, when people say, what's your favorite FPS, or what's your favorite music genre, or what's your favorite this or that, usually I say it depends on my mood. Depends on what I'm going through, it depends on my mood. Another thing that a lot of people are having trouble is finding jobs. You know, finding jobs these days, it's tough. It's hard to find a job. And really, I don't blame people. Like, I don't blame people if they want to do other stuff like, if they like listen, if they do, I guess OnlyFans, I prefer they not to, but to be honest, if they're earning a whole bunch of money with Sophie Rain and stuff, can you blame them? And how they earn the money?
They actually did want the church
Like, I think it matters, but
the church would have weight and
if
say
you taking away
statecraft
people's
right then
ability to do stuff is weird because
the church would be
just because, and banning I don't think works either. Just because you can do something, like, doesn't mean you should. For example, just because people, just because people won't,
I suspect that a lot of states had
like, you don't want them to, or you don't agree with them, doesn't mean they can't do it, or whatever. I don't think you should force people to do something they don't really want to. I guess you could, but then it's like, it's not true, they're not truly enjoying that thing. They're only doing it out of some self-righteous obligation, or they're doing it because they don't want to do the alternative. You can't force people to do something unless you can't control them or something. You don't have to force them to do something. And it means more than you don't. That's why Jesus is remembered a lot. Because he didn't get angry when people didn't follow him. He didn't get angry. He didn't take it personally. He just allowed it, and he still showed them grace and love and stuff. And I think that's what we should, Christians should try to do. I know it is, and I don't know if I count as Christian. Jeez, man. Okay. Yeah, what they're doing. But I don't really, like, it's still going pretty strong. I don't know. I don't feel
Christians? The ones that they turned into Christians?
A lot of them had pagan religions and African religions that actually a lot of people
And then they put them all in churches and made them convert.
yeah, forced them to convert. Yeah, super great. That's
Well, whether it worked or not, they still were banking on Christian, yes.
yeah, they were forcing them in. But
And by the way, they didn't see blacks as being people at the time.
you're right. So why? So one of the issues is,
okay.
they write about this. They don't want, for example, black people because they were some of the about how they were religions because a lot of people were about to take religions.
Who wrote about this?
Suffrage for women, suffrage.
The lost part. Okay. To be honest, that just makes it like worse because they move slow when they spread their like progress and stuff.
Why would they be worried about
Not a good tactical move on the enemy's part. Actually, quite dumb. Gave up the advantage just because you could sprout a tentacle. Oh, I would be my guest.
black people only count as
But,
Oh, 3/5. I heard a different word. I heard
what should...
whites coming in?
Yeah, but a lot of stuff, what I like to do, which isn't very much, depends on my mood. I also like to read books and study theology. I like doing that stuff. I like to do a lot of different things, to be honest. Play games, watch anime, research, learn. stay active, I like to stay in shape. I like to read books. I like manga, I like anime, I like cartoons. I actually like to be alone, but I don't mind talking to others either if they come up to me. 'Cause most of the time, people come up to me and stuff. I don't go up to them, not because I don't like people, but I'm more reserved, and so I'm a reserved person. I'm not exactly I'm not an outgoing person. I don't have a lot of charisma. I do get told a lot that I do get told a lot that I look younger than I actually am all the time. I'm 33 and I get told I look 17 and I still deserve to be in preschool and stuff. Especially if I shave off my beard and my mustache. I get told, wow, you look so young, Matthew. So, yeah, I know I get that a lot. So,
Yep. I think the federal level is pretty important. Is America important?
okay.
Is America federal? So, what matters more when we're talking
There is
about
no
federal
more. The
policy?
system completely doesn't work unless you have both
Does
state
the
and
federal
federal.
government have
I like
hierarchy over
this
the
shining resonance refrain. I like the
on
characters.
everything that the federal government
I
has
like
decided to
Casella a lot. She's a cool character. I like the other characters like Zest and Genus.
has decided to have
So
power.
by that same logic, does the state have hierarchy over the federal government?
No, because if the federal government, for example, decided to overimpose on the state, they would fight it in courts. Technically, the federal government has
Let's
ruled.
look at all the signals
That's not even how the system
we
works.
can
The
do.
states, prospectively, can override the federal
Well, I
government on all
bought
sorts
all
of
of
issues when it
the
comes to the 10th
boss
Amendment, what it's
ones,
there for.
or a lot of the
That's the
boss
separation
ones.
of powers you're talking about.
Yeah, it's
What you
100%
just said was incoherent. If it's the case that you
Um,
say the federal government, yes, they have authority
Says
over the
you can
states
earn a lot of
based on
money.
everything they have
Like
the
I have
authority
like
over
2
the states
million,
with. It's
2
like, sure,
million
but the same thing applies to the
gold.
state. What you're talking about, when you say more or less important, that's not even a coherent question.
So yeah,
That wouldn't be the
there's
same
a
system.
lot
It
of
would be a completely different system.
So if the federal government decides to go to war and draft people,
there's a lot of sigils you can do and stuff. You can buy a lot of them.
and if the federal government, for example, decided
When
to
you earn a
send
lot of
national
XP,
guard into Minnesota,
there's a lot of different ones too.
well, there's more than that, but yeah.
Distortion that passes all races. Distortion of dragon that castle. Swordsman. Different races coexist.
So
The demons fight each other.
the federal government just can actually move into the state.
On federal property,
Light and darkness.
can they go in the federal
Like there's a lot of different sigils you can buy.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about a hierarchy of
Okay, and here's how the stats go.
right? This is where we all start.
So
I was saying, American ethos is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
here's the trait, here's the
All
thing.
these things. And you said, where is that? And I said, well, in the Declaration of Independence is the start, and with the founding of the
No,
Founding.
I didn't say where is it. I said what is it?
You also said where.
Yeah, what
So there's Sonya.
is the philosophy of it?
The treated as greatly decreases AP usage of normal attacks. Less than
Well, the liberty is the foundation.
Yes.
increases the chance and damage of criticals. Yuma
Reference to a system, and I can change the First Amendment
plunge force cast time and decreases MP usage.
within the confines of liberalism.
Excella
Shouldn't have an objection.
adds a poison effect to normal enemies and normal attacks.
Not the system. It's just your
Magnum
preference.
decreases MP cost and cast time of fire forces, increases damage and break effectiveness. Eureka increases the number of arrows shot from normal attacks and certain force abilities that use a bow. Brings about the end. Here's Marion. Attacks become area of effect attacks and hits multiple targets. Reading magic that has been charged to the max. All forces can be formed and be performed instantly in Genus.
How come they didn't have the same reference?
Normal attacks will always deal critical damage.
So how come it wasn't, you know, if we're looking
And
just 100 years ago, we're talking about things
of
like
course,
First Amendment,
I have
Second
some of the
Amendment, various
best
things like
news.
this. You can go into a Western town, they
I
can
have a lot of characters decked out
that was a violation of the Second Amendment, right? But the way
for the aspects and curricula. I have combo break, which means on all four of my characters, main ones, which means no attacks can break the enemy. For curricula, I also have poison arrow and paralyzing arrow.
the system think is American.
And so
Do you think in 1800 they thought it was very American what we spoke?
it adds a poison effect to normal attacks and force arrow force abilities, and then adds a paralyzing effect to normal attacks and arrow attack force abilities. On Marion, I have MP cut, which decreases the MP cost of a healing force by 40, and then healing heart, which increases the HP recovery by 20%. And then break up, which increases the effectiveness of those breaks, which already happen more because I have them on normal attacks now, which can happen. Finally, I have Saint Witch, which decreases the MP cost of healing forces by half. And I have MP cut also on her. And Genus, I have combo break, aria cut, which shortens force cast time by half, and then I have overbreak, which greatly increases break effectiveness of attacks. And since I have all of those together, actually, it's pretty mean to be honest. Okay, Krishna, let's just go with Krishna first. Let's not level up party. Let's do a super gold bonus. You can put another super gold bonus on top of it, but I'm not going to. I'll just put a regular gold bonus instead. Let's go to the abyss, I guess, first. Okay.
I will answer it afterwards. Write it down. No, write it down. Just answer the fucking no, write it down and I'll answer it afterwards. You can do it all. You can do it. Yeah, it is good faith. Yeah, I said I will answer your question afterwards. Write it down.
Just where else do they have life liberty pursuit happen?
I imagine lots of countries value things like liberty. I think most Western liberal democracies value liberty.
So Western liberal democracies have life liberty pursuit happen.
See, look how easy it's getting taken by
For example, so
it's actually look losing quite badly.
life, for example, is also in some
Well, that was easy. See,
also value most Western liberal democracies because
it was easy.
I think they've set the tone of what the ethos of a Western liberal democracy generally looks like. In the same way, for example, that you set the ethos between Ireland and Spain. You're both Catholic, and then they're different culture. You're doing this like so when here's the sneaky thing. No,
I want to finish.
no,
The
I
thing is
said I
you
was
didn't
gonna have
actually
it.
tell me.
Well, I'm not good anyway. What am I talking about?
Question.
What are you talking about, Matthew? You're not
I did
green.
say all countries. I did not say all.
Western. Western.
I said most of the Western liberal
okay.
democracies share some version of
One. Give me one.
I said Canada.
Okay, Canada has life, liberty, and
Super
pursuit of happiness.
gold bonus.
I said liberty.
Which I want a country that has life, liberty, and pursuit of
I
happiness.
didn't say that every single country shares every
Does
single
any
cultural
country
value.
share that?
Yeah.
Which one?
Maybe I'll do the other ones too.
Put them together
for certain boss battles in the Grimoire or dungeon or like dungeon place, certain bad boss battles are just certain like arenas. Even if you pick a different arena, it's okay. Because I don't mind it, to be honest. Yeah, but I think the dragon ones, they don't, but the other ones probably do, maybe. Depending on who you face and stuff. And it looks like a coliseum on the inside. Oh, that was easy. Easy come, easy go. It was pretty easy though.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Rag Blazing Chronicles, the first page. Before, you can probably tell right now I'm still in Virginia based on the terrible music we're hearing in the background and the ocean waves. I didn't go back right away. I decided that now would be a better time than later to find out that I was not well enough equipped for the mountain, and I didn't feel that way. So I took the time to go out to the sacred spot of hill farming and farm that hill. For monster spawns, it was actually quite hard
Dude, I hated this boss the first time I fought it.
so a lot of time has passed actually.
Because it constantly does like damage to you.
Which I assume would be something like July or August in this game's terms. I would suspect July. So time has passed, and we have.
And I don't know how to stop you from doing that.
So to start with, I guess I'll just show you guys what.
Look, I'm taking constant damage because there's like constant like lightning damage or poison damage done to you. But that's okay. It's kind of needed, to be honest, Danger. Because otherwise this fight would be a stop more than it already is. I already cleared through it.
I pretty much sold everything that I could. I trained any spells that I could train before. I think I did that on camera. I'm not entirely certain of that, but yeah. So we just have mostly the same stuff. We've got a lot of
Oh wait, before I do that,
camping. Maxed this out. Okay, so what did I do to Alvaron?
standard
His stats,
difficulty.
I buffed dexterity a bit, I buffed endurance a bit, and I buffed strength a bit.
Because otherwise it's not really fair.
Particularly up to maybe
Well, it's not fair now anyway.
nice at least. I would like to get more power to the team as soon as possible. It's a fairly big goal. I trained Thief, so that's quite a lot of training. That was better than Brett was before he died. Wizard, I think I did train that at a level last time.
We're gonna keep going.
Sword, so I trained Air Shield up by 1, which will be good for us. Will serve us well in the mountain. That's pretty much good for Alvaron or Averkin. I do believe that I trained his shield up by 1, and I also obviously did a lot into strength.
Not going to
as I said, I
worry
got
about
him to strength of I trained
I have like an overpowered party.
that's all I did with him. No, I also trained Sword and Ray on him as well. He's starting to be able to hit things, not really, but kind of
Look,
getting
it already died.
And I trained Dragon Flames up by 1, and that's going to serve us well. Beacon, I don't believe I really trained his, he doesn't have any spells. I don't believe I really trained his stats up very much. I might have put an extra point in his shield or half, and it might be warrior, I'm not entirely sure, but I did train his stats up a little bit, and I did go back and unlock all of the skills that I could on him, so he was all set. Basically, ready to leave Meridia
which is bad. It's bad
quite
for
a
the
while, but
it's
before we do,
bad.
I actually found out that this fine
Let's just put it
has
with
his spiel to say. So
greater.
pop a quick save and talk to you. Did they send you to talk to me? Did they? Well, boy, did they? Did they send you? Are you deaf? So these are
I don't
dialogue
really
options
need
that I'm
it,
talking
though.
about. Sponsor. I don't have any money to get the beggar. You're talking to me. What did they tell you? That I burned down that village? That they lie about everything. You shouldn't listen to them. They'll tell you the secret or explain that camp. Do you believe what they say about that? Is that it? They? You know.
What a chart scene.
I was saying, something about a ring. You actually do.
Yeah, I need to apologize.
Say that one first. Why lie to explain how
Oh, God, broken.
does it belong to someone you know? Shall we switch prompts, or do you guys want to be trying to be amusing?
See how easy I'm clearing these bosses up?
Are you mad? The ring is one of the relics of the
I
lost
don't
neighbor.
stand a
If I
chance.
should see the ring, let me guess, be cursed, right? Would they come after you? Or maybe the goblins would find you do something really terrible. You do all day anyway, run around this forest trying to scare his travelers. Mainly, of course, that runs the bridge. You know, the knighthood is a terrible waste. I hope they don't make you into a knight. Does the king know you're here? Does the
Okay.
king
I
care
think
anymore?
that's
That's the question.
prompts are a little bit like sliding.
So, kind of weird.
Dragon shift is
That's
X.
very foreboding. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that ring. Maybe it does have a curse.
You know, I kept facing Dragon Shift to Zest over and over,
But I am going to begin to trek back to
and I was getting like levels every time I bought him.
the castle, so I will be sure to let you guys know if I do
So
find
my
anyone
argument
that has
is
anything to say
I don't think
there.
that Christian
Back
really should be
And I leveled up so fast and so quick.
Hey guys, I just found that the king was standing here to see if he has anything to say.
It was actually
I wasn't expecting
frightening
you
to.
here. Have you forgotten something?
from the faith.
Dropping the savior.
Maybe I should try a speedrun sometime.
I've stopped at Oriana's. What boy is she?
If it was New Game Plus, I would
She was visited by an
definitely.
evil wizard who threatened her.
Yeah.
Why would any of the wizards threaten Oriana? She's harmless.
All of the ones that come under these.
It seems, my lord, she knows something of someone in this wizard's race. She's
I
dangerous.
think that like you look, for example,
I don't know. She's afraid.
you can get into
I
the
prefer to tell you.
if you
Did
look
I
at
act
all of
properly?
the
She doesn't know.
what we
I
see
told her to take care and single her friends if she shows up again.
because I'm not trying
I
to
thought you should
quiz,
know.
just for those who are
Did I do
don't
well
want
in
to
coming
get
here?
it's just like
Indeed,
a
you did. A good knight realizes when a battle is too big for his abilities. I'll see that this wizard puzzled out his
I'm
nature.
surprised my
Thank you. Now you must get back to your troop. Thank you, sir. So that's cool. Can we talk again? Be off now, Alvin. I will tell Sharon and take care of it.
that gets reduced over time with the final answer of Jesus, who actually actively and aggressively rejects statements, rejects politics, and rejects
I'm surprised my
Sir, there is a sorcerer carrying a large staff.
the Messiah.
The monsters in the voice of the forest. Brother, sir, is
I'm,
there a sorcerer
I'm surprised my stream
carrying a
isn't
staff?
terminated yet.
Why you ask? This woman saw him. She said he was the someone. You know what her story
Now
means?
let's go back to
No, and I've met every sorcerer in the kingdom. Have you spoken to get you to our boat? No, I haven't. I'll try and find them for you.
6 Tower and
The affairs
Aaron
of the are
Chronicles.
complex and not easy to find, as my father used to say.
Good game for the N64, I think.
Stay right outside Jameson's tower
So when I say nation, I guess we're saying government. I don't want, when I say
Yeah, just get inside the tower, lag.
a government official, Christians should not impose Christian ethics. I don't know. I don't have a problem with that. Not with my people. I would not say that anyone who's like a political philosopher would look at a
Okay.
The city itself.
If there's a formalized, like to somebody like if there's a formalized actual government, not just like a town.
All right, before we do that, let's
I
start
wouldn't
down
know
with
what
music and getting into this.
Like you have a city.
Oh, okay, that's why I wasn't going in order.
That government should not mix churches.
Yeah, they should rule with Christian ethics and things.
Oh, that makes sense.
Consensus. Okay.
And more importantly, laws have to be what
And what happens when the consensus says consensus? Let's say that for like 100 years, a nation kills every third baby. That comes out.
Alright, let's go back to the game.
This is cakewalk. It's fucking crazy. I don't know how's that not working.
It seems like it's
Okay.
really bad for the fact that people don't like seeing their babies screwed everywhere. It seems like it crushed their
As long
population.
as the nation though consents to that.
Well, it's not just about what the nation
Alright, let's go to the Embassy Temple first.
Backwards and wrote down. They should rule via consent because I like consent because I like democracy.
Yeah, so when I say rule by consent, that doesn't mean that states craft them aren't included in that. Right? The law is about what
This, by the way, is one of the
Yes,
biggest
there's no contradiction in how the state cannot write a father for a child.
how would that state just
It would work fine. They used to do it all the time. They used to sacrifice children all the time inside of Rome, inside of many states.
Sure, but
And it worked just fine.
well, not really. I
Yes,
would
really.
argue about where
They lasted a lot longer than America, some of them.
they died.
Are you saying that? So that's a fallacious argument.
See what? You can basically almost just stun lock them to death.
That means it didn't work. I'm just saying, well, don't you agree that America as it exists right now is not going to exist in
That
perpetuity?
party's really overpowered.
You're right. We have to
Okay, so then it doesn't work.
by more to know, not by what I mean.
What? Okay, so I
Wait,
want to
this
make
is Rome didn't fall.
Genius is really overpowered in the game.
This problem
And rightfully so.
number one, citizens don't like killing their babies.
But if they did, yeah,
They don't.
yeah, but if they did,
What person enjoys killing their
like a
babies?
pagan nation, let's say.
I would basically argue that they don't enjoy killing their babies either. Usually, like even when you look at pagan nations where babies are killed, right? Oftentimes, when you can find evidence for it, the mother of that child, for example, or the father of that child, used to it, it's used to be forced upon them, right? They don't enjoy it necessarily, and usually the child sacrifice is
But if there's consensus, what grounds would you?
Okay, now we're going to the Scorpion Ruins.
Yeah,
That's
most
typically about
people have now given you consensus that this is what would be best for us.
you can't give consensus that this is working for us. We actually have to look at like material like outcomes, right? So, for example, how do we know that America
I'm just going through a lot of boss battles.
is the fact that our military is the strongest, we have the most amount of scientific
You can go against your own characters even.
currency in the world that matters. I think so we know okay, the system that we essentially kind of erected around
But they're not good as me, though.
it's a
And really, it's 2-on 4. And you can go against the mood and get like some of the antagonists in the story. You can go against a lot of the bosses. You can basically go against everyone. Enjoy the story almost.
Yes, it definitely has. There's definitely been many nations where they kill their children, including China. So I don't know what you're talking about.
didn't work.
But and I make quick work of these people.
After the fact, we're talking about in the fact.
Undeveloped state now.
In the fact, though,
German expression.
when it's happening, what are you appealing to oppose it?
Hmm.
Oh, because we'll have developed I say that in babies as well.
Okay, gotcha. So the consensus would be wrong.
Okay, mine won't, yeah.
Okay, so you hold a form of dualism.
No, this is really relativism.
It's this sounds like dual parts.
No, it's just relativistic.
Why is consensus good?
It's not.
We're just going to keep doing
I
this.
think it makes the most. I think for the most part, well, I can. So for the most part, I think that, for example, consensus is good because it's worked. I think it's worked insofar as America mostly has a democratic consensus type system, which has worked pretty well.
And now it's good to be Sandy Level.
Point to, but I think America overall is a pretty good nation. I think most Western liberal democracies are better than
Labyrinth, Labyrinth.
at any time in history.
So the grounds that you would oppose a consensus
What else do I want to talk about? And now I'm facing Zest and Genus at the same time, but as I've said before, they're not like too difficult.
but if there's a consensus,
Part of it is that you don't have to face two of them, like four of them at once. It's only two. But they, I think Genus and Zest are like, at least lore-wise, they're like historical, some of the stories, characters in this series, at least sword-wise, because Zest is like, he's like special and can be like a person of like Deus, or like a vessel of Deus. And so that's why he's like one of like the strong characters, and Genus is strong because Genus, he's like a dragon slayer, and he was kind of like Gina. He had the shining dragon in his body before or whatever. I don't think he has any more, but he has like swordplay that is on par, if not the same level as Zest, because Genus says, Zest in the library, he says, really let the shining dragon come out with all of its power and then defeat it, then I'll face you. Implying that Genus is stronger than Zest, that the shining dragon is stronger than all of them, because none of them could be Georg. So the shining dragon and Yuma are on the same, if you count them the same, they're stronger than Georg, and Georg is stronger than the rest of them. I think Georg and Genus can be together. Well, actually, maybe not, because I think Genus loses to Georg. Because I have to power skill this, it would be Shining Dragon, it would be Shining Dragon 1, full power, Georg 2, and then Genus 3, Zest 4. And then the rest of them, I don't know how you put it like that. But yeah, it would go, yeah. Shining Dragon at full power, so Shiva. I'm counting them the same here. Then you have Georg, the dragon form. Then you have Genus, then Zest. If I had to choose, that's how I would do it. Because nothing else makes sense story-wise. Yeah, because Georg beat Genus in the story. Because Genus says, oh well, he just comes back and that Georg, because he can take a lot of damage. Like, he can regenerate from basically explosions from almost nothing. But yeah, it's funny. Genus has an attack that allows it to like rip through dimensions and stuff. He has an ability, a force ability, or an aspect, something like that. It allows him to rip through dimensions. And if you take that to its logical almost, and that he can slice through dimensions, depending on interpretation, he can slice through dimension from 3D to a 4D, or it could just slice through all dimensions. It would mean he's a brother, giving him maybe essentially boundless universal scaling. If a shining residence were found, maybe I could just throw them to like boundless or universal.
Well, it's a critique of justification systems. Griffith's opinion is that Griffith's trilemma unjustified. It is a
That would be funny though. Like, I know I've always wanted the power scale more obscure. People like Shining Resonance was playing, or like Blind Meachew in the Get Backers. Cause that guy is quite powerful. He's more powerful in the manga than he was in the anime. Especially with the Jagon, which allows him to produce hallucinations on whoever he stares at with it. And I've also been rewatching Death Note a lot. I like that show a lot too. The anime.
how are you not? Yeah, so I said, how do you not fail Griffith's
The anime is pretty cool too.
That's not how you solve a Griffith's
I like the anime. I like the manga better because I feel like it's the better of the two. And explains stuff better than like the manga than the anime could. The anime is not bad. It's got a cool soundtrack. And it basically plays out pretty similar. But the manga goes more into detail and explains stuff. But the anime had some anime only scenes too, like washing Light's feet, for example. That wasn't in the manga.
Give me a single that doesn't show a Griffith's trilemma. I knew you were going to do it, so I'm just going to stay here.
Like that was not in the manga, but it was in the anime. Alright. Your speech to Light, how he's basically a monster, that you're no god, you're just a human who was on an evil power trip. That was in the manga. I guess he did something like, had a speech in the anime too, but it was like that short. It was generic. Here basically said, oh, no, you're just a murderer. Murderer, and the Death Note proves it. But in the manga he goes a lot more in depth and detail. That even if you have like the gods, rules, and everything, you still might not choose to follow it. Whereas Light Yagami, he fixed up, like, he cleaned up crime and stuff. But part of that was because nobody could, they were too afraid to go against him. Or he would just free you before you could do anything against him. But basically, you're able to devote it to him through force, or you do it by your own free will. Meaning it's not much really of a choice, I guess. Because it's like you either worship him through your free will, or you die. And that was basically it. Well, I guess you could, you didn't have to worship him as long as you didn't get into his way, but you got, but then it's like you would be scared to go against him because he would just kill you if you didn't. Like, that's almost like a tyrannical guy. That's what some people think, that, like, if you're a Gnostic, that's what they think the God of the Bible is. They think that Yahweh in the Bible, at least the Old Testament, they just think that he's like this, like, big scary God who will just kill you and murder you if you don't do what he says. And it's like, that's not even true. Like, it's not even true that he wouldn't do that. The only reason why they say that is because the only reason why they say that, they only say that because, um, they only say that because if he,
Because what you're doing, I think you're. I
if
can't
he,
tell. I can't tell if you
um,
genuinely don't
force
understand
people to love him or punish them if they don't love him, if they don't follow him exactly the way they say, which audios don't believe him, that they're going to punish him. I just think people have a right to say God's evil, but they can't exactly tell you why, and that's another thing too, why people who think morality, ethics, morality and ethics aren't the same, but let's just stick with morality and I'll probably explain the ethics and morality differences later. The reason why I can say that is because they think that they think that God is evil, but killing people in the flood and stuff when it wasn't because they were kids. They stopped believing in him or when they went against him. It was because of what they were doing. And even then, he gave 400 years to the Amalekites to change their ways. They didn't. And people say, oh, well, it's wrong for God to take a life because he killed children or whatever. Even though it never said he actually did, people have to read that again. It never says he killed children or anything. All it says was, what's up with why is it going slow? I was lagging a little bit. Okay. What? This. Look how many bosses I've beaten so far. Okay. Okay, before let's see, I'm almost done with it. Well, almost done playing Shiny Resonance with friends. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
The circular argument is proof of some proposition presupposes the truth of that very proposition, a regressive argument in which each proof applies further proof ad infinitum. The dogmatic argument which rests
I haven't died once.
precepts which are merely asserted rather than developed. The trilemma then is having to choose one of the three equally unsatisfying.
I don't think it's going to happen now either.
Well, objectively, they exist outside of you.
Is that true? Okay.
Well, I didn't get a game over.
So, is everything you assume true?
No, but everything I assume is true. So, all I'm asking,
Nothing to do with me.
it does. So, here's what happens. How do you solve Euthyphro's dilemma?
Why do I need to solve your
Because
problem?
I'm posing you Euthyphro's dilemma, a
Alright.
philosophical problem. You can't go, is the problem true? That's
I'm not even asking about
that's
that.
like
I'm asking
sidestepping the conversation.
if you believe that this is correct, And you also believe that objective morality is correct.
Yeah, correct.
I'm the better genius, not you.
Trolley problems are good at testing.
So we're just both making assumptions about ourselves.
Everyone, well, that or you're inherently regressive. Well, there's your circular reasoning, which is just tautology. So everyone's kind of doing tautology.
Just assuming that.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
How are you know?
So all these
Well,
things
genius is almost gone now.
go down to these three categories for you.
No, not these.
Also, I didn't hit once.
Salacious. You're thinking of salacious. So saying all beliefs on that.
I mean, I obviously healed, but
Because they cancel for like.
I didn't heal with items or take a rest.
He's like, use the approach dilemma. I don't know.
I didn't take a rest once.
I'm gonna adopt it. You're right. I'm just going to assume everything's true because I assume so.
That's fine. Now
That's what you said.
now you're in line with like. So this is one of your issues.
That's what you said.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Welcome to my world, okay?
Yeah, I'm in your world.
We're based over here. Okay, the issue is that I wouldn't go to secular people and be like, you don't have a moral ethical system because it's unjustifiable. Because I already know that mine's justifiable. I'm assuming I'm doing dogmatism and they're doing usually infinite regression.
So
Or
then,
they're being cowards and they're getting
Okay.
so then you can't make a justification for why I should like.
Alright, done with that.
these are not the same things. You understand? Yeah, so when I'm talking about foundation rules, wait, what's foundation? Do you know what foundation is?
Yeah, it's going to be the
Hmm.
pillar stands on.
Yeah, okay. So not all statements or beliefs
Thanks for
are
pop
foundation. You're welcome. Well, I don't actually do pop quizzes. I usually ask
Sure,
questions.
style, but go ahead.
It's not me knowing more information than you is not like some crazy
Hmm.
maniacal tactic. And in fact,
It gets to the point where you do.
well, this is the issue, and I feel it speaks to your insecurity that when I ask you questions about whether or not you know something, I'm asking in genuine good faith because they're esoteric and I don't expect people to know them. But you take it as an insult to like pride or something like that. Of course, because you think
Okay.
it's like maniacal when it's like me asking you, do you know what a Gripper's trilemma is? Isn't to say, haha, idiot. You don't know anything about Gripper's trilemma. Why even talk about philosophy? It's for me to go, okay, if you don't, let me explain it to you, and then I'm curious how you would reason through it.
Yeah, I would just reason that I'll adopt it, and anybody
Where's
that I decide to impose my will on
Squidgate?
can't actually say that I'm unjustified.
Of course, you
Okay, it's called Squidgate
Well, they would
Arena
say that if your foundations
Reloaded.
are unjustified, but they would say, for example, here's a list of evidences and arguments as to why I don't
Yeah,
believe
but
One
none of those
game.
are justified.
Well, you would build it off of tautologies.
So what?
Everything's built off of tautologies.
There's no
Where's
justification.
should
So
I
they can't do
Math,
anything.
wait, you think math doesn't exist?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Math is tautological.
I've never been streaming for
Quiz time.
So,
Do you know that math is
so how could you
tautological?
tell
an
me?
hour
See
and
what I mean?
30 minutes so
Well,
far.
you're doing it now because you're just being ridiculous.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Can you tell me?
I'm pretty focused.
Can you tell me how it is then that
Yeah,
you create
bad,
any justifications
Mateo.
that anybody's ever doing anything wrong?
Logic
Oh, my
is
name's
built off of
Matthew.
tautological
Mateo
axioms,
can
and
be
that's
fine.
reasonable based on kind of assumptions, but they seem reasonable.
Can you
and
do
you
it
build
too?
on an entire
Let's
structural
see how
level.
well this plays on the OBS studio.
Foundational level, no.
Very
always are
interested.
justified.
Well, then you don't.
How do you solve dogmatism?
When you just told me then that I can't go to secular people and
Because
tell them
usually when I play with Squidgate,
Can and be
I have to turn it down to 720p, but I changed these settings around. Let's see how this goes.
because yeah,
Shall we?
because that's how you think about the world, right? Like math,
Let's see
which is
how
just
it
tautologies in math.
goes.
We have to because you have no starting point if you don't.
I
So
shoulda
we assume
known,
things, and
shoulda
then we build on top of
known.
them. And then the beauty of things like math and science.
Like I know way too.
In the case of like
I shoulda known,
science
shoulda
realism, is you can
known.
use math and these things to observe and test and see if you're actually mapping onto the correctness of the world.
I see.
Yeah.
So then if I
Ba-dum-ba-dum.
utilize the assumption that God is real, this would this would satisfy
Pop
you.
quiz
because it
time.
assumes the assumption that God
Sounds
is
more
real.
like popcorn.
Okay, so then if that's the case, and we
Alright.
assume that God's real, and then we assume God's
Yeah, I'm
commands,
playing it at
we build our case
1080p.
off of that's justified.
I don't
As
mind
justified as
720p if the
Okay,
720p
well then I
doesn't
don't
make it
know
look
why
like
we're
I just poured Vaseline all over the screen and
And
stuff.
saying that it wasn't true and coping
No, I
with
was
it.
Like, I don't mind it for
Well,
that,
we're
but
arguing
like
this because you were walking
sometimes
along
720p can just, it's like, it just looks
we can go
bad.
there, Andrew, but I'm just gonna like jump ahead to a Gripper's
but I
trilemma.
still
sometimes
wanna get
like
back
it
to the
just
interrogation.
looks really bad sometimes.
Well, why are you assuming that this is good? Although we're assuming it.
And
Okay,
some
that's fine,
like
but
I don't like it at
Can we
times.
get back to this
I don't like it and I don't care for it.
I was thinking to myself, just now, we might have gone the wrong
But
way.
sometimes
We might be down
720p,
Disgusting.
uh,
So we'll pull back up on the
you can't tell the difference between 720 and 1080p. That's if the 1080p is done like well, like 720p, excuse me, is done well.
on what's in this room, we're gonna know pretty quick.
But 720p is better for like stream
You like to weaponize it
through
for your
and
dumb
stuff,
audience against
or just
real
setting
people
other
to, like,
audio,
innocent OnlyFans girls to be like,
or
see,
what the heck.
their racism isn't justified. And it's like, no one says it's
Was
time when I've done it.
I got time for our show.
freaking? Oh, it was loading. Okay.
Yeah, when you debate
Hello?
any secular person, when you debated
Oh, it was loading.
Darcy, when
already.
you debated Naima, when you debated Zeno, when you debated, like, et cetera, et cetera.
My argument is
You usually go,
that
your
it's
belief system is
Alright.
unjustifiable.
that's a dire
It's like,
thing.
your
I
beliefs are
do the opposite. I start the end. I just say if it's the case,
Some decent ones, get him some useless and all that.
That'd be stupid to go over there right now. Alright, let's go. Easy. Gotcha.
Alright, that was so good the last
How do I not like die there?
Those are the hits that I really don't like.
Alright.
Just one of those could be the demise of us.
What's this?
Happened to occur at a bad time.
Oop.
it's just preferences. Then
Go
you have
back now.
absolutely no criticism from the opposing line.
well, most secular people, if they're good on philosophy, would say, well, it's not just preferences, right? It's some mixture of, like, we use parents, Utahs, not really. These are like, no, there's no more preferences than you prefer in the house.
That's my point.
I
But then
have
all of
this
this is
superstition that's not
So your
necessarily
arguments are, wait, but then you have to grant that
I
your
thought it
arguments
was
are
going to be a
justified.
different way.
If that's the case, then you would have no room to criticize me for imposing my preferences.
Sure, because then we could just use reason, logic, and evidence, and what seems to
Preferences?
benefit people.
Your preferences
Yeah,
versus my
I think
preferences?
it's reasonable to assume that I prefer that what like people are what like people might experience less harm. Right? I think that's a reasonable preference because I want it.
Okay, the rest of those guys are
perfectly
bots,
reasonable
though.
for me to
That's
say no.
okay.
I didn't say it's
The
unreasonable.
bots are pretty
There's
good when
nothing to
they want to
Because
do.
you're insisting that they're unjustifiable, well, you are. And I'm saying, no, you're all unjustifiable, but both are actually reasonable. You can have your Christian preferences, but as a Christian, I'm fighting
Like,
you
I'm
and saying,
talking about
actually, your
both
preferences are
enemies
icky
and
and bad for the
teammates.
faith. Don't do it. Also,
A lot of
Jesus
the time I gotta
also
carry the
kind of
team,
going
but I actually don't mind that
also
either.
that-
Okay, so
I don't mind being the ace. The
in a
ace
system of
team.
liberalism, and you're appealing to
Player.
consensus, right? If the consensus is that they want to kill every third baby, which is just part of their preferences, and they assume that it's fine, you can't actually critique that
Of
then.
course you can. We do it all the time.
against
what?
my better judgment.
You could use utilitarianism. And you could say actually killing babies is bad because it works world, it harms that physical babies, it probably also harms the mother.
yes.
This would actually decrease the
Yes.
amount of births.
We're up to 83. That's a little bit more comfortable.
Oh, alright, keep going that way.
Stockpile the rest of them.
Where we go?
We have those right now, everybody else.
Well, that didn't help me, I guess.
Not enough there yet. I know there's not enough there yet.
Thought the shield would help me on that one, but I don't know what to talk about at the moment.
I think I know where we are. I think we're on the 6th floor by this area, and we're in Shamsuk's bedroom. Opponent has got a dough. Drop a quick save in here.
I don't know what I want to talk about.
Case. Is that a toilet? Shamsuk has a toilet, and it has a skeleton's arm via the handle. That's crazy.
increasing the harm, which is why I believe that. That's what our utilitarians say.
Is it?
And then say, but you would say that
God doesn't like when you kill babies.
right. And which one of you is right?
Well, we would have to fight.
I know
think the
that
issue
we
is, like, we
talked
have to see what
about
they are
a lot of
yeah,
different
and I
stuff.
would go, I think my argument's more
Yeah,
reasonable.
I think people would be better off with Christ-like behavior, even if they don't believe in Jesus Christ. It doesn't really matter, I think, because a lot of non-believers respect Jesus. Women respect Jesus, because Jesus respected women in return. They respected him, and that's because he doesn't see women as just objects. He sees them as people, and I think that's very cool. I try to do the same thing. It doesn't matter what you wear, and well, I think to some extent it does, but truly what you wear, or what you believe, or what you think, or what you say, doesn't really matter to me as much as what you do and how you act. I think that matters more. I think that matters a lot more.
No, I should have clarified. What do you actually want to ask here?
And I think that there's nothing wrong with it.
If they want to kill every bird,
Besides an obvious trap.
yeah, but why would they be actually wrong?
I would, for example, in case of
There's
a
nothing
peg,
wrong
I'll
with
probably appeal to
treating
your
people
system.
well.
Most people, for
That's something
example,
else I should
I believe,
mention,
you
guys.
probably believe this too, that God gives us riches right here. It puts us free.
I don't think so anyway.
Ethical system emerges naturally out of us, right? So, like, what I would do, for example, is I would probably first of all try to examine that
Okay.
pagan's belief system. I would be like, do you actually think killing babies is okay? Right? I would actually know the question.
I went a little bit closer to the mic.
We can't truly know whether somebody thinks something is wrong or right. But I think the knowledge of wrong and right kind of
Alright,
so I would question whether or not they know it's wrong or right, and then I would appeal to things like state.
alright,
So
it's
like
team deathmatch.
civic ethics, for example, it doesn't work very well in nations to kill every third baby. You're just reducing your population. Usually the mothers don't like it. Usually the fathers don't like it. Doesn't seem to have any good outcome. In fact, most of the reasons why people in the past killed babies was to satisfy some sun god. And you go, that's not an overly reasonable argument. It's probably more reasonable to say we shouldn't kill babies. That's something reasonable. So I can appeal to the own worldview of secularism or the own worldview of paganism.
Sure.
Yeah.
They say,
Oh dang, we got
Are they in
4
my
out
state?
of 6.
They're in another country?
yeah, I'm just asking.
First one to get to 50 wins.
Why they're doing something wrong to me? Because it's immoral to kill babies.
Like 50 kills in total.
Like, no,
Because you assume that.
I assume God. Yep.
You assume it. And so they assume.
Well, I'm assuming God. Yeah.
So they assume not God.
Yep.
And so they come to you and say, well, you just assuming this anyway.
And I would say, so are you.
And they would say, good, we're going to go back to killing babies. The problem that's why.
Okay, I'm going to use my language or quill to convince you that you're wrong, that there's more people find a better way to live, because I feel the spirit that is in God within all of us to try to pull out of it the fact that murder is actually really bad.
I see. So a Christian nationalist does that within the liberal system. They're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah, so you guys can try to compel people to Christianity, but my issue isn't...
No, we can compel you to compel ourselves to rule the state. Why not? What's wrong with that? You just, yeah. If Christians take over the entire state, rewrite the entirety of the...
It's kind of hard with the SMG. That machine gun. Alright, where are these? I don't know where they're spawning from. Okay. Jeez, man. I'm struggling right now.
So I get to this little square door on this floor, and I can't go down. The arrow says down. The problem is that I'm supposed to go, but I can't.
He's behind
Not
this
until later I find out I'm supposed to collect all the bones. When I first started playing it, I had no clue what they were for, but now I realize
Never have I been so ineffective on alcohol.
Oh, thank goodness. Yep, I got outplayed. Yeah, you're lo-fi or jazz. Oh dang. Well, we're only by like 10 points, but I like this pistol. It's hard to use sometimes for me, but it's like a sniper pistol.
And I believe that is the first trap right there. Say let's just see what happens.
Hmm. Oh nice, I got the sniper.
Alright, well,
That could have been it.
anyway, I do think this is going to wrap
I might catch up and win this.
for watching. We're doing well. Most what we need to do. The hard fights that I was thinking of, they're already done, basically. So it's just a matter of going down another couple of floors and we'll be finished. So see you next time on Rag
3 kills, wow, 48. 2 kills now. Hmm. Yeah, let's change it to the shotgun. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Rag Chronicles, the first page.
Within the liberal framework.
We
They
are
can
in
in liberal framework for these Christian, I think that they're being Christian might be.
But who cares? You're just assuming it.
Doctors, and I'm assuming that we're all. Yeah,
But I assume God does.
his bedroom.
I would question your Christian views.
Oh, well, why? I just assumed it.
Scripture. Do you think that like logic, reason, evidence, scripture doesn't exist outside of like foundations?
It doesn't matter. What
Of course
matters
it
is
does.
what I assume.
How would scripture not matter when I'm talking to fellow
Because I
Christians?
just assume things.
Well, no, you don't just assume things. You're you're equivocating here. So what
How am I
you're doing,
equivocating?
because you're saying assuming at a foundational. So when I say assume, I mean at a foundational axiomatic level. That is not the same thing
My
as
axiom was
assuming.
that I'm always right.
Oh yeah, maybe I should talk about my control freaks.
I'm right because I'm right. That's a
So
tautology.
I've been using them, and they're fun to use.
And that's you wrong.
they do help with the aim because you the reason why it helps with the aim is because they're higher on higher up, which gives you more surface room to lift up your thumb and stuff. And I don't like playing with mouse and keyboard much, to be honest. Like, it's okay with mouse and keyboard for some games, but most of the time, I'd rather just play with mouse and controller. Just because I know the controller, at least with joysticks, it's not as accurate as a mouse and keyboard. But I don't really care because, especially if you have gyro, if you have gyro aiming on controller, for me the PlayStation 5 controller, also with the DualSense, to me is my favorite controller because of just the amount of stuff you can do with it. It's kind of insane, it's kind of crazy. Cool stuff you can do with your controller and stuff.
Well, you're in my world. How are you solving that?
What now is the argument for me to impose Christian ethics?
I'm going to ask that to you. What's your argument for it?
Because I want to.
You're just assuming that.
I want to.
Yeah, but you're just assuming that.
That's tautology.
That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it right.
Exactly. So it's fine to do.
So why are you saying that it's an ought statement?
Wait a second. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, so why is it an ought statement?
Because I want it to be. Because I assume it.
Okay, so your system is fully unjustifiable. There's no reason why
almost had him.
they're just like moving on by.
And there's no reason for Christians not to be. Right?
I believe I'm a foundation so I believe in
Yeah, but you assume your foundations can't be justified.
everyone assumes foundations. You've already granted this.
Then if that's the case, then who cares what the foundation?
Well, it should do.
Foundations to some extent.
We don't do anything in philosophy. I don't know what you do in philosophy.
Okay, who's the philosopher? In
I
any
screwed up,
respective
or I
philosophy,
shouldn't
we
have.
assume
Which respective
Sometimes the enemies, it's better to
Plato, Socrates,
throw it where they're going to be, rather than where they are.
Socrates assumed that you couldn't justify anything.
What we do is we grant assumptions because we understand at the foundational level they're all unjustified.
All you did was destroy the possibility for there to be objective morality.
Very combat heavy
Because I think God exists.
Yeah, but you just assumed.
So the non-Christians also assume that he doesn't exist.
Yeah, so then if they have
Well, I could,
I would use
but
logic and tell them as well.
okay, let's assume for a second.
I could just puppy guard it, but it wouldn't be fun though to do
When you tell me
and stuff.
your whole worldview is just assumed.
Sorry. Can you rephrase that in a way that's
That was coherent, but I'll do it again.
let's assume it wasn't.
Foundationally,
Let's assume.
I'm a moral anti-realist.
Okay.
Your moral foundations are assumed and not justified.
And I would say, how do you solve a perfect trial?
No. You told me the moral anti-realist stats.
Sorry.
Yeah, and then the anti-realist
Sometimes
goes,
it's the grenades like delay sometimes.
how do you solve a perfect
Why would they need to? They're anti-realist.
So even
You just destroyed the possibility for objective morality.
no, I didn't.
You
so
did.
no, even subjectivists fail a Griffith trilemma. They fail by infinite aggression.
Okay.
Oh, that was slick.
Who cares?
You forgot about that one, didn't you?
That doesn't hurt my argument.
Yes, it does.
If I'm an anti-realist, a moral anti-realist, I say there are no moral facts. And that is completely and totally in line with the Griffiths trilemma.
So a Griffith trilemma is how do you solve for infinite
Mm,
Why would I
sometimes it's hard for me to get them as they're like going to the side.
It's a fallacy.
That's okay.
Okay, but everything's going to reduce to infinite regress,
So
right?
what comes before thinking?
Well, that would be transcendentalist would come before thinking.
Okay, what comes before that?
Well, we make the justification.
Sometimes.
So no, secular and
I'm talking about you.
No, not me.
You don't assume God?
I do assume God, but we were talking about moral anti-realist. Andrew,
I
respectfully,
want a headshot with the sniper pistol.
Oh, no.
I've done it before, but
I just want
I
to make
don't
sure
do
that
that.
me, the moral anti-realist, right, that you
because there's
I
like
would be more patient and I would build off of my
a
foundational
trail
access that a good
or
faithful
something.
audit area would just
Not,
grant me. So I'd
not
be like, well, why do you believe
difficult.
God? And I'm like, I just, like, okay, well, I can't really confirm that. It's just assumed. And then I build my entire case for why I think we
And that was like 3,000 damage. 8 captures. This is a domination. Nice. He did pretty well. He did good.
Not only are those morals objective, the Christian ones, because God is real. My God specifically is real. That's how we do that part.
Okay, so are there moral facts?
Yeah, yes.
And are they just assumed?
Yeah, at a foundational level.
Okay, so then any moral facts that I assume at a foundational level are
Yes,
equivalent to any moral facts.
on the politics, Charlie Kirk, he sadly got
What would make her different?
My use of
off.
inductive logic is better. I use
And I feel bad for him and his family
better means
because nobody should
Yeah, but why is
be
that better?
like murdered
produce better
just because he had a difference of opinion and stuff.
yes.
It's better 'cause it's better.
Nobody should have to go through
Yeah,
that.
so then I just wanna
Especially
make sure.
not them and their
So
like, daughter and stuff. Like, I know he said some things I don't agree with,
case of infinite regress, it's
but doesn't deserve to be shot. And people who say clips about him, they take him way out of context. Like way out of context.
this has been very difficult for me, I agree.
Like you can go underwater
Accepted my
and split cake.
your beliefs are just as unjustified as
Ooh,
everyone else that
that's
you
gonna
love, which is great.
cool.
So might makes right.
No,
Yeah, it does. Yes, it why wouldn't it?
because of things like coercive power versus legitimate authority.
Who cares about that shit? You just assume it.
No, so
Yep.
again,
At its foundation,
Do you think
whatever
that-
arguments you have
do you think
are
like all of this around me just doesn't exist because I'm assuming?
Wait. Material.
Domination on this one.
Yeah, it can be.
How?
Pragmatism is often
How?
pragmatism.
Yeah, how
It's often
material?
interested in like material effects.
That's not material.
Like, why am I not using the portals?
I'm so sorry. Hold on.
I should use them more.
What is your tech? Did we get all the tech out of the way?
I'm not doing so hot right now.
Little spillage, it's okay. Here. No, it's all good. I'll take care of it. You guys can do it. It's all good. No, it's all good.
Alright,
I'll look it up.
Yeah. No, let me take care of it. But you guys can do it. It's all good. It's okay.
See if that's
When I knocked that over, did that happen materially or did we just all assume that?
Well, I would say that happened materially.
Oh,
oh gee,
think about that.
that
Like,
came
how
out
did we decide that actually
swinging.
fell because of gravity versus like God trying to push it down?
Probably running experiments or something.
Yeah, we use like reason and logic to build up a belief system.
The thing is, though, like that wouldn't make philosophy material.
So not all of philosophy, like the art of living isn't material, but ecology is material.
Yeah, but you just said it was material.
Well, parts of it can be material.
Which parts?
It's like,
Part that is your brain thinking about things. Is your brain not
guys
material?
are like pretty
Could
good.
I have this conversation if I didn't have a problem?
Philosophy itself material, or is the brain material?
The brain material.
So they're not philosophy.
Jeez, man.
I don't know why you think the brain is a duck.
Like, I can't like log on to these guys right now.
And then I said, for example, one of the
That's gonna change soon, man.
Sure, okay. You win. You're so smart. You got me.
I don't know. No, hey, you're way better at this than me. Help me out, though. I'm actually fine. Kind of staying right here.
So you accept that your belief system is just as unjustifiable.
Oh, sure. Especially for the purpose of this.
Can't believe I survived
This
that.
conversation, don't be like bad faith.
I usually don't survive
Bad faith
on the
is
road.
things that you didn't actually believe.
That's
Don't
not
purport.
bad.
Do not purport to me that you believe in things that you don't believe. That is definitionally bad faith. By self-delusion or self-deception, or in this case, explicit deception, saying, "Yeah, I believe this." It's like, no, you don't. You literally don't. Or do you?
Yeah, so the shield stays up
Do you
there,
believe
but
that Agrippa's trilemma means at all?
One, you convinced me.
Okay, so now I don't know what to do with this. I guess falling into snark is your way of solving your bad
How am I
philosophy.
falling into some snark?
Because you are either
Take you
being
with me.
genuine
You convinced me.
and true.
You convinced me all moral foundations are completely unjustified. And since all moral foundations are completely
let's go.
unjustified, any
Yeah.
facts we build off of those are not going to be
Yeah.
justified.
Well, they're not going to be automatically justified with the community.
So they're still unjustified.
Yeah, but we seem to like value these things that seem to produce good outcomes.
Yeah, but you could never say we see. It seems to me like that men collectivize and beat shit out of women, stuff them in cages too. That seems to me like a possibility.
Sure, the issues are
There's
other men wouldn't like that because men are the class.
A lot of men would love it. They did it for years. Half the world enslaves half the women. What do you mean?
Okay,
Yeah.
men also.
I should have thrown it up a little bit more.
Okay.
And so, who cares? It's like, if that's the case, if all it is a reduction to the idea that there are no moral facts.
Things that are
There can't-
unjustifiable does not mean that things don't matter.
Well, it means that there's no moral facts.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, because you have to assume.
You're assuming there's moral facts.
Yeah.
Do you know what a fact is?
Yeah.
What is it?
A fact is something that is really true.
Okay, so you're making a truth claim.
Yeah, I'm making a true claim that God exists and that He is made a real objective world with a real objective moral system. Are you not doing
And
the
you're
same thing?
assuming.
Are you not doing the same thing?
I'm here, baby. I'm right here with you.
So, what, do you think that we
Movies.
can't state moral facts now?
I think that anything that I would state as being moral
Pretty
facts is now
good.
justified, and since it's
Pretty
justified,
good
I can do what the
game.
fuck I want. And there can be no actual objection to that now. We've destroyed
Yeah, it's crazy. I cross-platform play on too, but
No, because people
I
have
just
accepted
haven't
that garbage
seen
trailer exists for a long time.
other
They still object to
humans
that because
today.
so whether or not, so you and I assume the
Those
same
aren't moral
things.
facts anymore. You don't have moral facts, you just have assumptions.
Sure you do, because God exists. We're assuming that God exists.
No. That's an assumption.
It has to be.
Then if it is and has to be, there are no moral facts.
No, that's incorrect because we're assuming moral objectivity.
Okay, give me a stance independent reason for the existence of God.
Sorry, a stance independent of reason?
Stance independent reason, sir.
I don't think so.
So give me other than because erudite believes that God is real.
Yeah, so I'm kind of a Thomist in this way. I think that like God demonstrates and shows himself in every part of the world. I think that he is in the design of the tree.
That's a stance. Yeah, I need a stance independent reason.
Sorry, so you want me to not use any logic or reason?
Just something outside of you, which would demonstrate.
Alright,
The Cambrian explosion.
get this party started.
I think that's it.
Okay, that's a stance independent reason.
Yeah, because the Cambrian explosion.
So therefore, it's a stance independent reason. Be sure.
Sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So your stance independent reason is there's an explosion and that proves that.
I think that's one of the proofs.
Okay, got it. And that's not your stance, though.
You're just doing like word games now.
No.
You are.
No, I'm just asking for a stance independent reason.
So how do you
Because it has nothing to do with me.
get to do that? Like,
I'm with you. There are no
Crazy
stance
is not
independent reasons for
hidden.
God.
okay, so what you're doing, I guess I need to just be meta again because we can't engage in any fucking substance in this
This
conversation.
is the most substantive it's
It's
been.
literally not substance for you to go, oh, I guess I'm assuming the same.
Must be nighttime now, or maybe the days on the calendar. We'd have to check.
What the heck?
We definitely don't want to be fighting anything. Deface is bad. With that one, is switch targets at least. These things get a lot of turns. I'm not a fan of that. Shoot, let's see what happens. I'll give you more turns. That'd be great because he's the only one taking damage right now. And of course, he avoids the attack. Why would he?
Okay.
Attacking human.
Come on.
Wraith is thinking better of his life choices. Can't do anything. So damage on these. There's no risk of these dying.
Alright.
It's
Where's...
Same thing as you. So you're just assuming, and reason and logic don't exist? It's like, no, of course reason and logic exists. I would object.
Where do they exist?
Out there, you could.
I gotta come back now.
Humans don't create math tautologies. They exist regardless of whether or not I want to engage with them.
Where?
2 plus 2 equals 4 always.
Where?
Out there.
Where's there?
Two ducks equals 4 ducks.
Yeah, but where's that?
The material world.
In the material
This is what I
world?
mean by the way when I say that he's just trying to do word games now, because
How is it a word game?
it's necessarily a word game because everything that I am saying is completely reasonable, coherent. You're just trying to make it seem absurd. That's what you're attempting to
How
do.
am I making anything seem absurd?
This is obviously what you're attempting to do because you will not allow me to confirm the critique in return and show the audience, for example,
You've convinced me. What do you mean?
no, I have not convinced you, and I'll just take it as a grant that I've convinced you, but
Convinced me.
you're not letting me internally critique you.
Go ahead, internally critique me.
Okay, so how do you believe? Like, why do you believe in God? What do you think is good?
Because I assume it.
Okay, but why do you assume that it's good?
Because I assume it.
So you just assume that?
Yeah.
So it's just preference.
Yes.
So nothing. There's no moral objective fact.
Correct.
So you don't believe in any moral objectivity.
Yeah.
Okay, so when other Christians insist that there's moral objectivity, what would you say to those Christians?
I would say that they're wrong.
Oh, okay. Is that what you're actually going to say to people? going
Yeah, of
forward?
course.
Okay, so you're looking at the camera right now and you're telling all your Christian followers.
Erudite has convinced me that the Christian position is that there are no moral facts. Yes.
I don't believe that there's no moral facts, but that's fine that you
You don't?
I'm
Yeah, I
not
assume
doing so hot.
Oh, and you assume that there's moral facts.
Yeah.
So therefore there are.
By the word games that you're playing now, sure.
So you assume that there's moral facts, so therefore there's moral facts.
I believe that God is real. I assume God is real, and I don't think that God lies
So
to us.
you believe that there's moral facts because you believe there's moral facts.
And I have evidence of that.
What?
Math.
Nav has evidence of moral fact. How?
Because it exists as evidence.
How would that be evidence of moral fact?
Because of some
Oh, I'm coming back now.
So regardless of
How would
whether
that show a moral fact, though? Even if you could demonstrate nav occurred outside
we
the
were
human minds.
facts, but sure, in the case of like a moral fact, I would point to say, for example, emergent universal values. It seems like over time, universally, what has emerged is people valuing the sanctity of life, and I think that comes from God.
Okay.
God is good.
Okay, got it. But that's just an assumption, right?
Thank you so much.
How would that be a moral fact if the foundation is assumed?
Because you can build on top of your
Yeah, sure, but they're just assuming it's not going to be a fact.
because I think that God objectively exists.
Yeah, but that's just assuming. Again.
How do you solve
You
that?
just stay back
I just
here.
told you I'm a Christian, now a Christian moral anti-realist. You convinced me of that through your argumentation.
So I think facts exist, and I can point to evidences like math, tautologies.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that there's moral facts.
So I think there are also moral facts like kindness is good.
How's that a moral fact?
Because I think that no matter where you look, kindness is viewed as good. We appreciate kindness. I think that
I got the most damage. I didn't get the most keys, but that's okay.
People were like molesting children. Would that then be a moral fact that you should do that?
No. Are you tracking this conversation?
I'm trying to.
Then why would you ask that
Because
question?
when you just say, I observe that some people reciprocate kindness, that doesn't demonstrate how kindness is a moral
I
fact.
didn't say that some people reciprocate kindness. I said that kindness seems to emerge as a value overall. And I think that God specifically likes things
So kindness is an emergent property?
of God's will. Yeah.
Okay. How is kindness a moral fact? You ought to be
Because
kind.
God decrees it.
It's like an iron lung.
But you just said God's assumed.
Yeah, you have to assume God at some point. But I think that he's subjective.
So then if you assume God,
Look, you're the Christian anti-realist. I'm not.
yeah, but you haven't told me why I'm wrong.
Yeah. So I believe in God because of a process mostly of like personal experience, right? He's shown himself to me, which is why I assume his preference of God is a fact. You're saying, well, if I can't prove God, I guess what? Do you think he doesn't exist?
Well, no, I just don't think that there's any moral facts because
Well, if you
we're
assume
operating
that God
on an
exists,
assumption.
that could be a moral fact, right?
No, that wouldn't be a fact.
So you don't think God exists?
Those would be, when you're talking about universals like moral facts, right? You're saying that this is indeed universally always true.
No, that's an
Because-
right? That's not the same thing as a moral fact.
Okay, what's a moral fact?
So a moral fact
Okay.
is justice exists.
That would be universal.
Outside of us, yes.
That's a universal claim.
No, that's not an absolute claim. That's a
I didn't say absolute, it's universal.
Yeah, universal is the same thing as absolute. Right? So the way, hold on, the way that justice looks in different contexts are different, right? Justice in the case of somebody,
Context is different.
yeah, I was a little redundant when I said that, but yes, the
Doing pretty good.
Okay, so I'm confused. When you say justice exists, are you saying that justice, you're saying that's not a universal point?
This is far away from my say that again.
Moral fact would be universal, isn't it?
Hmm.
Then how would it be a fact?
Because something can be objective and not. Welcome
Okay.
to Aristotle.
Okay, so help me out here.
Wow, they're still going strong.
Fact, what does that mean?
What I mean is that God created it, and it exists outside of us.
And ought people adhere to what God says? And ought people adhere to what God says?
Ideally, I would like that, but they don't all agree with God.
Okay.
But my preference is God.
Okay, but it is a moral fact that they ought to,
Yeah.
based on your assumption of God. Okay. So I still understand how we got to how we get to
You're making that very clear.
how do we get to moral realism?
God is true. Do you think God is true?
Sure.
Do you think God exists outside of you?
Sure.
Hmm.
God exists.
I think that, yeah. Great.
There's your first.
But that doesn't,
That's your axiom.
I don't understand though how we get to that.
Well, because if God then the love exists, then love must exist because God said love exists. So our axiom is God exists, and from that God says love exists. So unless we think God is a deceiver, which is consistent, but you and I think that is not true, then love exists. But the way love looks, hard to know. We have to do a little bit more work to figure out what love looks like.
I didn't get a kill there
Yeah,
at
but
all.
what is love
How do we
why
get to
love
how do we get to moral facts though?
love is a moral
How?
because it's based because God says that love is good.
Okay, so the thing that you assume
Wow,
becomes a fact once you assume it.
Well, it's a fact because God pardoned you.
just killed the whole team over there.
So you assume God, and so therefore because you assume God, now we have actual moral realism.
I assume the existence of God. Correct. Yes.
So if somebody assumes not God,
That's right.
yeah, I get that you would oppose that, but
Okay.
how do you do that with an unjustified axiom? Yeah, reason. Why if reason
Do you
reduces?
think reason just stops
If
existing
reason, if
because
reason,
I'm not even shooting at
reason reduces down to cannot be
enemies.
justified, then why do I care if when we get to your
Enemy.
you just say because I assume
Okay.
I say it's obvious that you care, man. Look in your soul. God put it there. You do it.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why we're all here. That's why we're talking about what's right or wrong. Every human has this universal predilection to seek right and wrongness. And in fact, even when moral anti-realists insist that there's no such thing as true right or wrong, and they insist on these things, the moment they put them in a
My
pragmatic
teammates are pretty
they act
good.
as though that's true. They don't. They act as though moral facts exist. And that would be my argument to say, see, moral facts do exist. I'm more right than you are. I'm more
Okay.
My argument is more compelling.
So it just comes down to what most people.
All right.
Well, if it's a moral fact, if you say most people would just do this thing, so it's just like a virgin property.
Well, I think that God exists. Do you think that God should have a spirit in it?
It's your view.
Agree.
Why does it have to do with me?
Because I'm assuming that we both agree to this.
I'm saying there's no moral facts at all. There can't be. Because any pillar I have to base them on is completely unjustified.
So you don't think God exists?
No, if I assume,
All right, guys, it does look like
right,
it is that
and this is
time.
my, then I assume that
minutes, but I think
assumptions cannot be justified.
Well, one of your prompts. What is one of your prompts here? Christian ethics is superior. How is it superior?
Oh, well, I just think it's better because it's better.
How though?
Yeah, because it's better.
Can you make an argument for
Sure,
it?
because it's better.
In what ways?
Okay.
The ways in which it's better.
What do you mean by better?
The same thing you meant by better.
No, not necessarily.
Whatever that is.
What do you mean by better?
I don't know. I think outcomes for people, they like it better.
Okay, well then why did Christians?
Okay, so what Andrew and Aragon are talking about is how can there be moral facts if you just assume them?
That Christians retake power. What are you talking about?
There's not a lot of political will and goodness behind them, right?
But if there was, why did
So if you assume they're all moral
I would
facts,
say that people did want to shirk it because of Western liberal democracy.
But Western liberal
how can
democracy
that
allows
assumption be objectively true?
Yeah, then Christians still.
So then I still don't, I've never.
It would be more ethical for a
This is
Christian
the thing,
to not do this.
I guess back to the heart of it, now that we're tying it all back in, what is the objection to Christians utilizing the framework
It's
of the
unchristian.
Constitution to take over and amend the Constitution?
It's unchristian. I've already said this.
Oh, why is it unchristian?
She's just saying
The faith itself, Jesus.
it's bad to do something
For over time,
if
you see a complete
people don't
reduction
appeal
of
to
state
her
control,
understanding
and it separates
of
out
God.
that in the typology of Jesus, he is rejecting state ownership and refusing to be made physical.
Okay, well let's get to it.
Okay, so John 18. Look at example. My kingdom is not of this world. If it was, my
My
servant.
throat's getting kind of parched.
Okay, so that's a good example of him saying, I'm not a politician. I'm not a king.
Think they might come
And if I
back.
was, there'd be civil war. But I'm not this thing. So Jesus says, I am not a political figure.
Is Jesus God? Okay, so when God anointed kings, was he doing something wrong?
No,
Hmm.
Confused. Why would Jesus anoint kings?
Jesus didn't.
Jesus is God.
So why did he? Because I don't think he was ready for a secular state, a state where Christianity is separated from church and state. Like, it took us a long time to get there.
So God
And now they're talking about
putting him in charge
basically,
of higher kingdoms based on the fact that
Andrew's position is
Yeah,
that
for the same reason that, like, before we get to, like,
he wants to understand why not so erudite
over time, that
is,
God's like, look,
like why her
then now you
position is more
right?
correct
So why would it
than his.
to have multiple wives?
If,
Sometimes, at some point,
if it's objectively correct, like why is it wrong to do something over something else? If they're on more like objective morals and they're just based on interpretation, even if that interpretation seems objective,
I would say it's like,
if you're just appealing to an objective being through, if you're just appealing to an objective being
to say,
through a subjective lens, and then saying, well, there are objective facts in like reality, but that reality can't be verified through
they can do it on their more appropriate,
that,
they should
but
be
that
that blend.
it can't be verified through like
So,
the subjective. Then I think what Paradise is trying to do is she's trying to add a both ways. She's he's basically saying that
so it'd be sinful for a politician.
there are no objectives, but
no, I said in specific ways.
I'm
So one
going
specific
to
way
appeal to an objective I can't justify. I don't think justification for something is always true and correct, especially where arguments like tag, though I do think it has more power because even if you appeal to something like tag or transcendental or something,
specifically Christian
appealing to that thing because other people use it, even if they can't just give a justification, doesn't mean you can prove that thing objectively. For example, let's say the Orthodox God exists objectively, like he exists in objective reality, and that he is true and correct, and he exists in reality. It's like, okay, even if he exists, you won't be able to prove an objective God objectively because you would be going through a subjective lens. Which is also another reason why I think that Jesus Christ isn't God and God is unknowable, because you're just going through like a subjective filter and you're not actually you're just going through like a subjective filter that you can't like possibly justify. I'm gonna try the shotgun again, but a different kind of split game.
But at that time, Timothy had a massive flaw and was definitely, because they were diametrically opposed to God,
Okay.
Christians, was definitely ruling Christians. Definitely.
Are you saying so they rejected Roman occupation because they were only opposing Christian law, or were they telling Christians how to act? Because telling Christians is totally fine. A church, the Pope, telling fellow Christians how they should conduct themselves is exactly what the church should be doing. But the church should not be going, hey, secular people, you have to do this stuff too. That's not what
Yeah, so when
But yeah, just because one can,
cannot speak,
just because like
they can't do it. Okay. Is that a command?
one person can justify it and the other person can't, But the other person who can't justify it uses something, and the other, like, the person who can't justify it, versus the other person who can justify it, like tag or something like that, they always tend to push on the back foot. They say God must exist because we have to ground these transcendentals, or these things that we use. We have to ground them in something. But the issue isn't even not grounding them. It's the fact that you haven't proven the grounding, the subject in grounding. Someone can just accept that there are transcendentals. Like, there are transcendentals that exist, even if they can't justify it. But it doesn't prove, that doesn't prove that, like, the thing in question. It just proves one can justify something, and the other one can't. But it doesn't prove the thing in question, which is God. So God can't be proven objectively. If God can't be proven objectively in a way that like helps, like, that is objective. Someone could just come on around there and say, yeah, I can't justify how we don't use these things. But someone else could just come along and say, well, it doesn't prove God, it just proves it just proves that I can give a justification and you can't. But the thing is, they can't prove God objectively because you're still coming from a finite mind. So it's like, how does the infinite finite prove the infinite? And how do you do it in a non-subjective way? And it's kind of hard to do because you would have to prove a finite and a subjective. And objective, you would have to prove the objective in a finite way that you can't possibly know. It's like, how can you know that God must be the reason for it? And it's kind of like they put bad people, a lot of them, they put people on the offensive. They say by the impossibility of the contrary, this thing must be the case because I can give justification for what we use and you can't, so therefore my view is correct. They just sort of grab themselves to be correct, when all in reality they could just say, well, this is the best explanation, but it's not objectively. Now I think God is a good thing because you're still appealing to an objective being, whether it be objective reality, objective God, and objective something, because even if there is like subjective morals, you still need to be an objective reality to be able to say that. So you still need to be an objective reality to be able to do that stuff in the first place. Okay. Wow. So you have to be an objective reality to even say that. Now, you can call reality God because there's different layers of reality. There's different layers of reality that I think a lot of people they don't realize or understand. Like even with DMT or hallucinations, doesn't mean that the thing in question is real. It's just means it's going inside your head. But the thing I would just say to the tag, now I think tag is a strong depends often to argument for God is a strong one, but it puts people on the offense like back foot a lot, and it doesn't really like criticism from other views. It's like I'm true because my word you can give justification for what you use and yours can't. But you use stuff for my word view. It's just that you can give a justification because it's ironic. They say that like none of them can give a justification like for like claims and stuff. But they say none of them can give a justification, but they also say stuff that can
Like when we're talking about communism, we're talking about Lenin stuff, right? Okay, so Stalin, I believe it was
that was a
Stalin.
good shot. They also say stuff that isn't exactly like. They also say stuff that like it's just not consistent. They say, well, we can't just go based on what works because what works is contentious. But then they turn around and say the people for TAG like Jay Dyer, Orthodox people, Jim Bob, Malpass and Dillahunty, like Matt Dillahunty and Dr. Malpass brought this up in their debates. They said, Dr. Malpass said, even if I were to grant everything is true, I accept the God of the Orthodoxy is true, how would you be able to prove the God in question objectively? And I don't think you can. Now maybe you can't have it been Jesus, which is why the historical Jesus is so important. Because if you have a historical Jesus, you can have a Jesus that is, you have a historical Jesus, you have a Jesus that is variable in the flesh, which most people do. Most people don't deny Jesus Christ, like, lived and stuff. No. If he was God, is a different story. But I would say Jesus Christ does exist. I would say Jesus Christ does exist as a divine being. He's the divine Son of God, which would make him God. And so, if Jesus is God, like in the way I think he is, then it doesn't really matter much.
I said what's bad is that they later then used the church as an arm of the state. So they blended church and state. They used purely other people to impose theological law that was just sympathetic to communism.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter much because it's like
is when 50% of the clergy got
some point
replaced by statists, which were not clergymen. The Eastern
that was
Orthodox Church
cool.
wouldn't even
But
excommunicate
if like at
them,
some
despite the
point
fact
if you
that their
think that
theology changed dramatically, significantly, and has maintained that to such a point that Eastern Orthodox didn't even send people in to correct the theology. Do you think that the church would remain what it is?
some point if you think that, then
Very exciting, Andrew.
someone can just
Do you
come
think that the
in and
Russian
say,
Orthodox Church would be what it is if the KGB had killed 50% of it and removed it?
I
This is
don't know
why,
why
by
we
the way,
didn't kill
separation of church
everybody
and state is valuable. It protects the church
right
and
there,
it
but
protects the state.
I'll take it.
Separation of church and state protect us from communism.
Because it doesn't allow communism to utilize the church as a statecraft.
Yeah, I got through it in the news. Somebody did. But they just sort of grant themselves to be correct because one has justification for using transcendentals and one doesn't. And it's just like, it almost seems like special pleading in a way. Like, it's like special pleading. I don't know how I read right there, but that was awesome shooting time. Like they're just getting, they're getting beat up. Guys are like losing badly.
Typically, it's going to be maximizing like access to rights. It has strong institutions, and in more modern forms of capitalism, which I like, by the way, it believes in a social safety net. That's it.
Alright.
There's like there's a political fill word where it's like you have
But yeah, it almost sounds like special pleading because as soon as you say anything against tag that's like valid, like Dr. Malpass about how like, oh, you can't possibly know, you can't possibly prove the Orthodox God objectively, even if you use the, like you can ground the transcendentals in the subject and we accept that thing, the source, as truth. You can't, how do you prove it objectively? So it's not the fact that you don't use the transcendentals. It's the fact that can you prove the transcendentals objectively? I don't know if they like that. I don't know if like people feel
Let's
or
make it
not.
the best country on America, the country you hate, apparently, and don't think stands for anything. You must. You
I don't know if people can
before America existed.
like prove the like you can prove the what you use maybe in objective reality. But I don't know if it's a good enough. Like I think God can be proven objectively, but I think it would have to go through Jesus. And people say, well, Jesus is a subject to the Father, to reality, but it also says that He is the center of everything. He created everything. Everything was made through Him and by Him and for Him. He's in the middle of everything. Even in Revelation, He flat out says, I am the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the end. He says, before Abraham was, I am. But going back to the Malpass stuff, how would you be able to prove, how would you be able to prove it objectively? I just think it's not a very good argument to typically just say, well, we can ground them in God. The issue is not if God is real or if it's God is objective, or that one, it's probably not even about how one person can argue for what you use and justify it and the other person can't. Because you still haven't defined the source in question and the interpretation of like the source. The Orthodox God, the Orthodox Church of God, that God, Jesus, by the way, that hasn't been objectively proven in an objective way. So even if you have, let's say for example, even if you have an objective way to, even if you have an objective way to, like objective evidence or objective proof of something, and you can prove the objective thing objectively, you probably wouldn't, because you would still go through a subjective lens. And that's kind of the issue you would run into, is that you wouldn't be able to prove it objectively. And that's, I think, the issue here.
So if a nation state would vote in an authoritarian, which is actually
People can take a voice.
to prevent the overtaking of radical.
They're saying that, what you can do and what you can't, I think is foolish, to be honest. I just think that saying that by the impossibility that you agree with me, so I'm correct, because you're dealing with transcendentals, you can't justify or ground them, and I can, and therefore mine's correct. I think it's a good argument on the surface, but I don't think it's as airtight as people think it is. it's as airtight as they think it is. And I think that just saying that, oh, well, we can grant ourselves God because we don't know any way else to know, and if God is real, which is the big thing in question, and even if God is real, how would you be able to know that objectively, that you have the right interpretation of objective proof? See, that's kind of the issue too. Let's say you have objective proof of God. How would you know that your interpretation of that objective proof, of that objective being, is objectively valid in a way that doesn't have holes in it? That's kind of the issue. But I also don't like people who say, I hear this a lot of from LDS. They say the Trinity isn't in the Bible, so it can't be true because the Trinity doesn't exist in the Bible. But it's a word concept fallacy. They think that because it doesn't say something in the Bible a certain way, that it can't be alluding to that. And I say, that doesn't work either. To just say, well, I can't see how it can be that way because it doesn't appear in the book that way. You don't need something to be in the Bible a certain way to probably allude to that thing. You don't have to, like, something doesn't have to be in the Bible like a certain way to actually say that it could be alluding to that. Many LDS, I'm LDS, but I don't say that just because something isn't in the Bible a certain way, that means that it can't allude to something. Saying you can't fully comprehend or understand the Trinity in a syllogism or anything like that doesn't mean that that still can't exist. I just think that that's a very bad logic. I don't agree in the Trinity. I agree in the Godhead. Three perfect gods in perfect harmony, perfect ontology. They have all the same abilities. So whatever one can do, the other one can do. And they're the perfect representation of each other perfectly, with perfect harmony and perfect union. That's why it says Jesus is the visible image of the invisible God. But I think it's kind of loose to say that you're correct because you have why did I get kicked from the server? They kicked me. I don't know how that happened, but well, let's hope I'm still streaming. Maybe if I was cheating or something, I don't know. It's like I'm not cheating. Or maybe but I'm not cheating. I was dominating too hard, and that's why. But to say, alright, got one person I'm making. Finally. Took long enough. This will probably be my last game on here. And then I want to play Left 4 Dead 2. Or maybe Call of Duty 2. Wait, not Call of Duty 2, but Left 4 Dead 2. Alright, let's go.
I would say that is a violation of big violation is those Christian nationalists are un-American. They don't believe in the ethos that made the state great, which was the common man gets a say, that he has his rights protected.
The same thing about the Second
These are a lot of kills right there.
Great, so I should be able to handle bazooka.
Potentially, I just think like all of those natural limits to it.
What are
Most people can't afford it. Like storage, for example, I think
oh,
storage.
no, they're cheap.
Actually, I'm getting kind of thirsty too
Sure,
right
but I think
now.
the state would regulate a lot of like, what you can like do with it.
Wait a second.
Wait, are you against 2A?
Are you saying?
Are you against 2A?
No, I'm a big Second Amendment.
So
Yeah, maybe I want to play some more games to be honest.
Absolutely, because it's within the confines of the rights.
why does that matter? What if we voted to get rid of that?
Right, self-defense.
Well, what if we voted to get rid of that?
Then that would be within the confines of the liberal framework.
Would that be okay with you?
Okay, no.
Oh.
I would object on different grounds. Though. I'm not a liberal.
Sure, yeah, of course. I would
If
object.
you're a liberal, though, right? If that's within the confines of the framework, it completely eliminates sex.
Sure, I've never.
Oh,
I've said
totally
that it's
viable.
un-American
How's that un-American?
because I think like 2A, for example, gun culture is extremely American. It's a deeply, deeply American.
Sure,
gun
I would agree with that, but what's not un-American is removing amendments that Americans don't like. That's the most American thing.
Sure.
The most American thing is Americans introducing things and amendments that they like. It's getting rid of amendments that they don't like. It's doing things that they fucking want based on what it is that they want. And so if Americans say, we want Christian
You
nationalism,
guys up, my
and we'll
boy's
oppose
up
various
here
amendments for
doing
Christian
good.
nationalism, that is the most American
He's
thing.
kind of like another me almost.
As a more theocratic state, I think it's fundamentally now have become something that isn't America anymore. I would be the person running around like Trump.
Based on what?
We need to make
The
America
last
great
40
again.
years?
The founding
Yeah, well,
fathers
they're
and the
getting
entire
their butt
point-
handed to them.
the entire point of the Revolutionary War, which was to break away from tyranny and to separate powers so that the common man had a chance to exist and have a right to speak to those who
That was great sloganeering, but the truth is,
It's not just sloganeering, it's American.
The Revolutionary War was about money. The very first thing George Washington did was implement a tax. Very first thing he did was institute, and it led to the whiskey
Payback
rebellion. He
with
put
the
a tax on
grenade.
whiskey. Do you think that, like, our founders who wanted to apportion taxes, directly apportion taxes, wanted us in any way to have a
Jeez,
fucking
did
income
I
tax?
even kill?
Because
Okay,
that
one of my
is against
boys got it.
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We're the most taxed country on planet Earth. One of the most taxed on planet Earth. And it's
Look
like,
through.
look, if you went back,
Do you want to lock that one back?
if you went back to our founders,
Can we see if there's anybody that taxes more on income
Oh,
than
that was
America? I just
lucky.
want to fact check you.
it's not just income.
Well, maybe it was good,
Most taxed countries on
but
planet Earth.
yeah, I just think that
There's no other Western
they
middle
only
class.
have,
One of the most, yes.
um,
So anyway,
because the transcendental arguments exist, because I can justify and ground my worldview, morals, ethics, in something that you use that I can't, means that my worldview is correct. Even if that's the case, doesn't prove the thing in question.
do you think that the way
It just proves the objective transcendentals that you even can give a justification all you can, but even if you can give a justification, and even if we accept everything, the Orthodox worldview is objective, and that the view interpretation of God is objective, and if that God itself is objective, it still doesn't, you still can't prove it objectively in an objective way.
directly taking an unapportioned
That's really, I think, the big crux of the argument. Just saying, well, by the impossibility of the contrary, it has to be the case, is also an argument from incredulity. You can say that, well, it has to be this way because by the impossibility of the contrary, it just must be that way. I think is fallacious a little. I think it is.
To have greater government receipts about the people that we collectively decided would be better for all.
because Monster of Jekyll Island was written by a bunch of bankers, essentially.
Okay, here we go.
Jack was against it first, and he killed
He was against the centralized.
he killed the well,
Man, I'm getting thirsty.
That's not actually just it is actually. So I agree that that's true. What you're presuming
Wow, we killed them though.
because of income tax. Jackson was most opposed to the central bank. To the central bank specifically.
They got
because he
beat
was
up.
concerned about government statesmen having access and control over economy. He wanted that to be separate.
Beat
So
up
the separation of
badly.
about debt. That's why one of the first things he did was pay ourselves.
Okay, all of these are.
It was about debt.
So you'd agree that Jackson
Okay.
was for why he was opposed.
Well,
Not just income tax.
yeah, income tax would have made him lose his fucking
So
mind.
do you think that it is
And the
un-American
point is,
for
like,
people to have
it's the
Alright.
most, it's completely American to roll back the income tax. It's completely American to roll back all of these various amendments.
So what you're doing is you're saying liberalism and the process of democracy gives us the capacity to change rules. And you're saying that's America.
That's the most American.
No, so I'm arguing that the most American thing is the value of life, liberty, the pursuit
Yeah,
of
but you
happiness,
keep on
ingenuity, science,
But you keep
development.
equivocating because you, at one
I'm not
hand, you say
equivocating.
that's not foundationalism, or that's not a foundation of my philosophy. Is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. And then when I say, wait, the most American thing that we can do is the most.
How is this
It's the American thing that we always do, and then you move back and forth.
It's important to stay hydrated.
My foundation is actually political ideology. No, my foundation is actually life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
I've
Is it
never
most,
said.
both,
Hold on,
which?
Andrew. So you're being bad faith again.
No, you're being bad faith, Kyla, by saying I'm bad faith.
Also, get this.
I have never said that
For Splicky, I was playing on low. Low. Like, it's all on low settings. Except, like, you need FAA or FSR3, but I'll turn it off now.
Right? There is strong institutions, protections of human rights and liberties.
Because I'm interested how this plays with it all. Now I'm just gonna play with it natively. Like the native, with no FSR upskilling. And on low. But low and the high, I mean the like ultra or high settings are basically the same. It's like, it's the same thing that I got with Battlefield 1. I actually have that game. Battlefield 1 on low still looks better than a lot of games on their highest settings. Because they used photo trigonometry, or photo trigonometry, or something like that. It's very high, it's like high tech, very high tech. And I was just very stunned because it's a game from like 2016 or something. And it still runs very well. Okay. What kills?
These guys get in office, and all they do is this. They just immediately
I might have to take a step away from the mic. I gotta drink water. I'm getting sick. Thirsty. Always remember to take breaks and stuff, and I'm gonna take a break after once this time's over, and then I'll come back. I already like winning.
Okay, but it's
Already winning.
in direct violation of this whole liberty thing, right?
Like 10-5. Team deathmatch.
So are you also wanting to
I know how to get up to that railgun, by the way.
Because it's a threat to liberty.
I know how to get up there.
So how come 3 people can't get married?
mostly I think right now?
Headshot.
Yeah, but I mean,
Boom,
If
headshot.
if we can make it happen.
legally, sure.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it legally because legality is not my moral. So
17 people?
Not bad. It's not plain bad on this.
It's,
hold on.
Well, there is more jagged edges, I can tell.
well, right now we just recently had 3 people done. You know, see why I said now.
I'm saying, do you think it's
Didn't
reasonable
get
for
it.
people to get married?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I think you're absurd.
I at least think it's
I
reasonable.
used to be a little bit better with this
So the
sniper.
thing is,
But
well, if it's 3, why can't it be 4?
I've spent time with people, but maybe
I'm not as good as it
Got married,
anymore.
why couldn't it be 4?
well, I would argue, for example, in the case of polycules, even
As you saw, I just missed all my shots right there.
legally, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway.
So yeah, yes, if we could create a taxation system that could manage 17 people getting married legally, I don't have an issue with it necessarily.
Oh wow, where did they,
But that's not
where
why.
did they come from? Oh, it goes way over there.
We pass an amendment, liberals pass an amendment, and it says 3 people can get
Sometimes I
married.
don't like where they,
And this is now
I don't
part
like,
of,
I can't like find these guys because it's like, they automatically like lock on to you. Which I guess like that's what we're supposed to do if you're bots,
now
but
you're violating the idea, the very
yeah,
idea of liberty.
I had a good reaction.
For those Christian nationalists
I can see why they're good prayers, because they're not too hard, they're not too bad either. They're like in the middle of the pack. In the middle.
Where do we draw the threshold then? Because your whole objection to Christian nationalists
At a legal
Uh,
level, probably 3, because I don't think taxation would ever be functional for
Here's
some.
my
so they passed
belt,
an amendment, 3
kinda,
people can get married. That's what I said.
Sure.
And then Christian
kinda
nationalists take
parched.
control, and the only thing they remove is that.
Alright, let's finish this hammer first.
But that's a threat to liberty. That's hurting people's liberty.
I don't think necessarily.
How is it not necessarily hurting their
What did my,
liberty?
what happened to my grenade?
So what?
Change their minds.
What do
Yeah, I
you
thought
think?
I threw it, but I guess
Whether
not.
you're a maximalist or not.
So, for example, the reason why we might not allow 3 people to get married legally is because it may create situations where
Anybody
divorce
coming?
situations can't be like easily solved. It makes divorce is extremely messy.
Yeah, where are these people at?
So the issue is now your hypothetical is going. Imagine we exist in a world that is fundamentally not in any way like the world
Jeez,
we
man,
exist in.
my aim is
Now what
off.
we would do, and I'm like, I don't know, in this fundamental world where like human beings don't
3
need
people
laws,
just got
I'm not
married.
really sure.
If
My
3
aim
people
is
can
like
get
so
married,
damn
then those
blue.
3 people can already get divorced. And if they have children,
How would we
those
resolve
3
that?
people can already have some kind of custodial.
I'm not gonna
fucking
switch
problem.
guns, so
Already
I
have
don't
major
mind.
system issues that destroy
Yeah.
isn't
Agreed.
alimony.
So how would that not be a threat to
I'm
liberty?
gonna click on
Well,
this real
it might
this
not
way.
allow this liberty because it actually, the divorce court and the way that the system works, it limits people in such a way that we can't actually function.
So the
the way
Christian nationalists going in and limiting liberty is not really a problem.
to some
Yeah,
extent,
it's
yeah.
To some extent. So
pretty
them
loud.
outlawing gay
As
marriage,
of
that's a
now.
problem, but not 3 people getting married. Why?
Because I would say consensually as a society we would do the case.
So, no, we never did. There's no
So I got him right there.
Electorate that did this.
Okay, and you're voting for the electorate who was in
Like
it.
someone's.
So what?
I would say that opposes that in this case the only reason that you're doing that is because you think being gay is evil.
So
I think that that's
Oh
wrong.
my gosh.
that's nice you think that, but they were elected.
It's not
They
nice that
got
I
in.
think
They
that.
got into office.
Yeah, I
It's
can
not
get
nice
this
that I
sniper
think that
again.
I would say that heck yeah. I would say that it's fundamentally unchristian for them to do because now at this point
Okay.
they're not imposing something.
Yeah, but your
that-
liberalism
So I can do
can't,
it.
liberalism can't actually stop it.
That
One. And
doesn't
2,
matter to
it has
any
nothing.
argument.
It is not un-American for them to go in and change amendments. That's the most
Well,
American.
we're just back here again. So
Yeah.
what I would say is that there are some things essential to the American republic, right? But these things are not
Oh my
maximal. So what
gosh,
you're
I
trying to do is you're
can't
trying to say,
aim with
well, you're for
it
liberty,
today.
you're for maximal liberty. And I'm like, well, I'm for
My
some liberty.
aim's like
some
off
liberty.
or
Of course you are,
something.
because you're going,
Just saying
well, what about
Hasn't
17
been
people?
good
I'm
as
like,
it
I don't know.
used
I don't
to.
live in a world where that's even like kind of functioning. So I don't know what I think about 17 people getting married at a legal level.
Just 3.
Sure, even just 3. I'm not even sure what I
Alright,
think about
let's try
3 people
this
getting married
again.
legally, because I think that there's going to be a lot of complications
Come
as far as like
on,
how we
the
manage these
freaking
things
like
necessarily. Because I'm not
reloaded.
overly absolutist, but I do think that the value of liberty, giving common man access to these choices, is central.
Like I don't, I can just like snipe you across the map.
Right? They pack the court, and then they go ahead and read, or you don't even pack the court.
Packing the court.
They just put
Like,
2
it's
Supreme
kinda
Court
weird.
justices, new ones on. They
Well, it's not
reinterpret
weird,
that,
but it's.
well, you know what? Gays actually can't get married. They overturn the
When you try it,
What am I supposed to do then? Potentially Supreme Court?
when you try it, you can't exactly do it.
Two Supreme Court justices, that's it.
How do they do that?
Because 2 of them died.
Okay, so 2 of them die. They elect 2 of them with the intention of packing the court. So they're specifically selecting.
Yes, packing
Wait,
the
do
court.
they
Sometimes they
select
are
them
good
on the
though. I
basis
do.
that
I
those
will have
judges
to
are
give them
Christian
credit.
as well, and make
They're
judicial law from
definitely
Christianity?
selecting them because the
Yeah, I
party
think
in
that's bad.
charge wants them there.
Yeah, I think that that's the bad part already.
Why?
Because I
Only
do not
one
think that we
that.
should.
That's how parties do it now. They put in
I
justices
didn't
that they
do
want them.
very
They think
well
they're going to
though.
Do you
represent
think
their
that,
views.
do you think that I like the fact that we try to make the judicial system partisan?
That's very un-American.
I think it is unfair.
No, it's very un-American for you to go against that
Why?
because it's the most American thing. That's how we've always done it.
I
What
would
do you
say
mean?
I would say that if it's not girding the common man, the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, packing the courts, for example, I think is bad. I think that this is not a good thing to do. I don't want partisan courts.
The
because
problem
the point, hold on,
yeah.
the American idea, the zeitgeist of the separation of powers, actually really matters because one of the things that's fundamental to Americanism is the opposition of tyranny. And how you
Alright, I'll
oppose
be
tyranny
back.
is you
I gotta
separate
get a
powers.
drink
So
of
if you're packing
water.
the court to be biased towards a single side, you're already
I'm
allowing
thirsty.
What about them getting rid of
What's that?
abortion?
What about it?
Yeah, is that hurting life or helping life?
That depends on what you think life is.
Well, I'm asking you.
Okay.
So I'm for the decriminalization of abortion entirely because I think when you look at the actual, when you look at the abortion policy. It leads to more infant deaths, more mother deaths, more children in foster care, more children in poverty, and more children.
Is it more or less American that abortion's banned?
I don't think that this is necessarily an American concept. Not everything is like tied to the
So Christian nationalists get in and they completely outlaw abortion, right, via constitutional amendment.
I think that they would then be imposing onto non-Christians their views.
That's nice, but that doesn't violate any of the life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness that you consider Americanism to be.
It
In
would
fact,
be because
it reinforces life.
It would be because probably 50, I think it's like 50% of the population definitely disagrees with the contention of when life is.
Who cares? You're not an extremist.
What do you mean
Our
who
main
cares?
thing is that if it's the case,
What do you mean who cares?
well, first of all,
Probably the voting
I'll
electorate.
be
the ones
back.
who elected the Christian nationalists.
Well, more so in this case, the ones who didn't. So now the Christian
so
nationalists.
what? It's the most American thing possible for
To
Christian
tyrannize?
nationalists get in. How's that tyranny?
By trying to impose only Christian ethics on other people, knowing for a fact that 50% of the population would not want to adhere to this law.
50% of the population doesn't want to adhere to abortion. They think that abortion's
They don't
evil.
have to get abortions. Isn't that crazy?
They think you're murdering people.
Sure, but they don't have to get an abortion.
They don't-
Isn't that
doesn't
crazy?
matter. You're not allowed to murder people.
Does the state compel anyone to get an abortion?
Why would that matter?
Because it kind of matters if you're talking about the Christians because
Is
of what you're
it the
concerned about.
case that if the state said that you could like murder random people, that you could object to that in a democracy?
Yes. Yes.
So you can object to fucking people murdering people in your democracy.
You can, of course,
And
yes.
you can get an amendment together to
And
say stop murdering
all
people.
of this is fine as long as the reason that Christians aren't doing it is intentionally to impose Christian ethics on
And
non-Christians.
yet you have not made an argument for why that's even bad. You just said within the framework,
I said it's
don't like it.
un-Christian. No. I said
It's un-American.
No, I said Christians imposing Christian ethics on non-Christians is unbiblical. It's heretical to do.
Yeah, but
It
we're
is
talking about
wrong.
whether or not it's un-American.
No, I've said from the beginning.
Now you're going to fucking equivocate. We're
I'm
talking
not
about what's
equivocating.
un-American 5 seconds ago.
You trying to slant me into specific types of arguments that I'm not making.
You
is
are
me
making them.
equivocating.
You said that this is the most American thing we could do.
What?
To outlaw abortion for the purpose of life. The purpose of life.
I said this.
No. We're talking about what's un-American or American. I'm postulating that it's the most American thing we can do if the idea is life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for Christian nationalists to outlaw abortion.
Do you think it would be also super American to get rid of evolution in class?
I don't know if that would be American or non-American.
Well, Christian nationalists would probably want to do it. Is that American or not?
That they would.
Would they?
I'm not
What do you
sure.
mean? They've multiple times advocated for removal of evolution from Louisiana Act of 2008.
I think that should be left up to the states, like the
About halfway
says.
down.
Okay, so
That's
We're
what
halfway
Christian
down this
nationalists
tower.
would say.
okay, so you think
Thereabouts.
that's not true, and you know that you don't believe that. You think
Well,
that Christian
at least people advocate for
Wait,
my version of it.
so Christian nationalists would violate all parts of the Constitution
That would
except for
violate
the
the
10th?
Wait,
They really like that one.
most Christian nationalists, at least ones who are in the mainstream that I'm aware of, they do advocate that most of this stuff gets pushed back to the state, like what used to happen with gay marriage, which is why it was, every time it was voted on, they said no, and you had to use the constitutional route.
And do you think Christian nationalists would prefer it's at the state, or do you think they would actually prefer a federal rule on abortion? Do you think Christian nationalists want a
Well,
federal
if they
ban
had
on
a
abortion?
federal rule on abortion, they would have to pass an amendment, which would be the will of the people.
Do Christians
Sure.
want that? Yeah, of course.
What's wrong with that?
So I am outlining right now that you trying to pretend as though Christian nationalists just want state rights is
I
disparate.
didn't say that.
You
That's all
absolutely
they
did,
want.
because I said, well, do you think that Christian nationalists would try to push through Christian ethics on people? And he said, well, I think they just want it at the state.
No.
Of course.
No. I
Christian
said
nationalists.
that issue, they would refer to the state. But within the
Wait,
purview
you don't
of
think that they
federal
would prefer a federal ban on this?
I don't even think that would be possible unless you amended it. But even if they did, that would
Wouldn't
be
they
fine.
want that?
Yeah, if they amended it, that's within the confines
So
of...
I don't know why the fuck you're bringing up states at all. You're just running away.
Because that's what they would say. They would say defer to the state. Unless, if you could pass an
And I said,
amendment...
why? Because they don't think that they can do it through federal powers. But if Christian nationalists could do it through federal powers, they would, right?
But that would be totally constitutional and very American.
It does. I don't think it would
It would be
be.
the most
But
American.
it would be within their constitutional capacity.
Not only their constitutional capacity, they would be following Americana, baby.
No, I would say, for example, that
100%
no,
Americana.
absolutely not.
Absolutely, yes.
So America is just a Christian theocracy, secretly waiting to be discovered.
America is just a fucking secular fucking nonsense machine.
Do you
What?
think
What?
America just? What is America to you?
To me, America, at least how you define it, is
Not
just a
how I
system.
define it. How you define it.
Yeah, so for me, I've told you this multiple times. If there was some kind of cultural glue I would give America a lot more credence on this. But right now, it just looks like a
That's
system.
not an answer to what America
It look,
is.
I just answered it at the end if you would have listened. I think right now America's just a system, yes.
So you don't believe in America. You don't have any pride in America. You don't think there's a central American ethos. Like America is a state.
I think there used to be. And mass migration, other things destroyed that.
So America doesn't exist anymore.
Not how it used to, no.
What did it used to be? What was some of the central ethos? What made something American?
Yeah, so I would largely agree that if you have a population center or a population group, it would be the people plus the values. So I would say that what was fundamentally American once upon a time was what would be called pan-Protestantism, and that would be combined with the ethno group and the cultural group.
Okay, so what was American was being
Yeah.
Christian, white, what else?
Well, I'm just saying if you wanted to have something which was foundational, that's what we had at the time of the founders, yes.
Well, I'm asking what American ethos is to you because you think it's dead now. So what was it? Because you
That's
seem
what
to
it
be.
was.
So Christianity, whiteness.
Pan-Protestantism,
Sure,
not just Christianity.
sure, but we can call it
Pan-Protestantism is what it was.
Pan-Protestantism. So you think that it is a religious endeavor and it's an ethnic.
I think that without the religion, that whole idea of amoral people doesn't exist.
So you believe America is white?
I think foundationally it was, yes.
No, but is that central to the American identity?
No, there
I
are
think
no
it was.
others.
Yes.
Okay, and you think that we've lost that?
Yeah, of course.
And that's a bad thing.
Well, I don't think it's an American thing.
So it's un-American to have people of color.
I think by this standard, the idea of what America is, when I say it's now just a system, then I'm saying what it used to be were these things. Do you agree? It used to be these
Yeah,
things.
it's an idea.
Yeah, an experiment.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
And within the confines of this experiment, it's perfectly acceptable for us to change the parameters,
So
right?
so to bring America back to what America was, is that something you would care about doing? Do you love America? Like at least when I say America, I mean your version of America. Would you like to bring America back there?
No.
Why not?
Because I think that there's a better way, which is Christian nationalism.
Okay, and what's the conclusion of Christian nationalism?
The conclusion of Christian nationalism is to move Christian ethics into the mainstream, utilizing legislation within the liberal confines of the machine that we built.
Why didn't the founding fathers do that then?
Didn't we just go over this? They left it up to the states.
And why didn't they write it into some federal capacity for the states?
We've already been over that twice. So the thing is like, what am I doing on?
Any pan-Christians?
First,
so
let's see
you
if we
want
can find.
Mormons?
Let's see if we can find some agreement. Yeah, sure.
Sure.
Let's see if we can find some agreement. Do you agree with me that foundationally this was a white nation?
I guess
I don't think whiteness is central to
way
American
connecting
ethos.
the two places.
Okay, Western European.
I don't think the color of your skin is central to an idea at all.
All right, so
You don't think that foundationally
I
that was a
think
part
that's
of the
about
cultural glue that kept things together?
the entire
Not at
episode.
all.
Well, what do you mean by foundation?
Next time,
Like they really just wanted white people here.
Did that exist at the time? Yeah, but I don't think that's what makes the American ethos, is a preoccupation with whiteness.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that foundationally, definitely was a white nation.
When you say foundationally, just mean there was lots of white people in America?
They know that they only wanted white people in America.
Well, the issue is they didn't even have
Hey
a good
guys,
conception
we're
of
back
white at
with
the time.
more
Right, 'cause they
Radicalization
didn't-
Chronicles
Western
First Mage.
Well, they
Still
they
the
didn't
same
like
night,
Irish
very
that
late
much.
at
In
night.
fact,
True,
there
but
was a whole bunch of
they
issues with
definitely
Irish.
wanted Western
I want to
European.
finish this one.
I don't know if that's true. They
Like
explicitly
they wanted the English.
they
wanted
basically
the French.
only wanted the English.
Yeah.
They didn't really want the French.
True, I'm even willing to concede that.
Right. So.
But they wanted something that was not what we have now, which
Sure,
is
but I
like
don't
South
think
America orient.
the immigration preference is a central thing to the American ethos. Because I think that if it was, the founding fathers probably would have written it into like at least the Declaration of Independence.
They
They
did.
would have done somewhere to say
Wait,
the white man.
yeah, early laws did say that, actually. I don't know if you knew that.
Box.
The Declaration of Independence has
Very
nothing to do
dangerous
with
in
white
chess.
men.
We should
No,
probably
the Declaration
save
doesn't.
before we do this.
But early laws is what I said. Early laws did regard people good character who were white, yes.
Sure, but I don't think that that's central to being American.
Perhaps successfully disarmed.
Okay.
Because I don't think the founding fathers
But
did anything that makes them
foundation,
American.
okay, I agree.
Diplomat
I'm just
plus
saying
two.
that when we're talking about a culture, the culture of the time, right? It was white and Protestant.
Sure, and I just if I found out the founding fathers sat me down, they're like, and that's really
Most of the
central to
items
being
in
America.
shapes
I'd be like, good
Then
enough.
if all that is central to being America is this experiment, and the experiment is just the idea of we have checks and balances in a system,
No, it's more than that.
what is it?
Ingenuity.
It's behind the store.
Yes.
Christian nationalists, hang on, I'm almost done.
Just-
Christian nationalists have ingenuity.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
They're
of course.
opposed to science fundamentally. They don't want kids to go to
a
university.
second.
They think evolution's not true. They think the Earth is 10,000
So what?
years old. They deny vaccines.
So what?
This is fundamentally opposed to the American ethos of science. America.
What are you talking about?
What do you think makes America so great?
What Christian nationalists are opposed to science?
Most.
What science?
Evolution.
That's it?
Not just
Are they opposed to like rocket ships? Are they opposed to fucking machinery? Are
They
they
don't
opposed
want-
to firearms?
they
Are they
often-
opposed to strong militaries? Are they opposed to any of that?
Not all of that is science. A lot of it is engineering, right? But what they're opposed to,
Engineering's a science.
they're opposed to
In
multiple
fact,
brackets.
the science. Yes, the science is engineering.
How is that the science?
Because what you're talking about anthropology, or you're talking about even evolution, right?
Biology, chemistry,
Yeah.
physics.
When we're talking about American ingenuity and industrialization, things like this, from the automobiles, trains, rocket ships, machine guns, bazookas, fucking
Development of
hand
vaccines,
grenades.
development of
Medical?
modern monetary
Christians aren't against
theory.
medical. Christian nationalists especially are not against medical
They're
science.
pretty opposed to vaccines.
Well, wait a second.
7,800 XP.
RFK is pretty opposed to vaccines.
So a lot of Christian. So you think that if I polled Christian nationalists, that most of them would be for vaccines? They love vaccines, actually. Do they think that their kids should go to university and study science?
This is a toilet.
Some of them, sure.
How many?
I don't know.
Take
Neither do you.
They wash your face.
My assumption, because I'm actually familiar with Christian nationalists, and I'm not lying about them.
Which ones?
About like the broad.
Which
movement
prominent
of
ones?
Of Christian nationalists.
Yeah.
Any way that we can get
You're a prominent one.
Uh-huh.
I think that Kirk, before he passed away, was a prominent one.
Yeah.
Is this just like,
There's two.
What? And Kirk didn't say that he wanted the government to go in and outlaw fucking vaccines.
He was pretty anti-vaccines and anti.
He was anti-vaccine.
He didn't
sure.
think that people should send their kids
But
to
even if it
university.
was the
Do you
case-
think that he believed?
But I guess
Wait,
kids-
do you believe in the dinosaurs?
You know what? I'll just grant this.
We're getting into that one. Do you
Let's
believe
say,
in
I'm just going to
dinosaurs?
grant it. Yeah. Christian nationalists, they want to get rid of evolution, they
That's
want to get rid of
that.
vaccines, they want to get rid of all
They're
this stuff.
anti-science.
Let's just say.
Yep.
Well, that's not anti-science.
It is fundamentally anti-science to get rid of major scientific theories. Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, it would be harmful to American to do so.
So what happened to race science?
It was proven in science to be invalid.
Wait a second. I'm super confused. Who proved that?
For example, in the case of IQ, right, we've done like multiple studies on IQ to show that like the moment that you normalize things like education, access.
You're saying there was no politics involved in that?
I didn't say that, but I said that what solved it dominantly, what made it a weaker argument.
Is eugenics a valid form of science?
It's a, what do you mean a valid form of science?
What's wrong with eugenics? Don't be anti-science. What's wrong with eugenics?
What's wrong with eugenics is that it typically violates certain major ethical principles.
Got it. So you're diverting to ethics for science.
Not exclusively.
Yeah, but if you're going to divert to ethics from science, then Christian nationalists have every grounds to do the same thing.
Not so. The difference between eugenics, the reason why we would be opposed to it, is that it did things like forced sterilizations and reduced people to like breeding
Not
stock
disputing that.
fertility. What the Christian
But you're
nationalists,
diverting to
hold on.
ethics.
What the Christian nationalists, but the issue is the reason we're rejecting eugenics isn't because we're saying it's not scientific to even possibly do that. We're saying that's too far. What the Christian nationalists are saying is evolution's not real. Don't go to university. Vaccines are actually bad. The Earth might be flat.
So what?
The Earth is 10,000
If
years
they are
old.
inside of a democracy, I'm just going to
Hold on.
grant it all.
Hold
They're
on. So-
inside of a democracy and they can amend all these things, and that's the will of the people,
Yeah.
right? Then guess what? The people before were like, no booze. They were like, nope, can't do this, can't do that. Homosexuality is illegal, right? Up until the 60s, all 50 states had anti-sodomy laws. Okay, so like the thing is it seems like it's the most Christian thing to me, or not most American thing to me to say,
To be anti-science.
to utilize the system in
About
order to
science.
implement.
I don't know if you remember that,
Yeah.
but we were talking about the American predilection towards science, and I said one of the issues I have with Christian nationalism, for example, is its complete rejection of science, which I think is integral to the ingenuity and development of
It's
America.
rejection of some sciences.
I would say most major sciences.
Some sciences, because you want some sciences rejected too. You want racial science rejected. You want
I don't want racial science rejected. I want it properly studied.
But wait, you don't want to reject it?
Racial science, like looking into seeing if there's no, because I think, for
Okay,
example,
I'm
racial
back.
science is incredibly important in medicine, right? Understanding how like hemoglobin can be different.
I just needed to get something to eat and a drink.
What I don't want is when we utilize science to abuse other people. But this isn't being anti-scientific at all.
So
Because in this case, I'm not saying eugenics can't work.
Yeah.
It's untrue. I'm saying
I ate a
it's
ham and
wrong.
cheese sandwich
Christian
and it was
nationalists are
good.
saying evolution is false. It's not true. It's not proven.
so what? They can't.
It's anti-science to
That's
say
not
that.
anti-science.
It is anti-science.
No, it's not.
Yes, if you believe that evolution
They
is
can,
true,
are you saying that Christian nationalists are going to say you can no longer study evolution?
I didn't say that.
No, they just say you can't teach it in school. That's not anti-science.
That is anti-science.
No, it's not.
Why would
You don't
how
have a
is-
right to learn evolution in school.
How is not?
The right to learn evolution shall not be infringed.
I would say that when we're publicly educating our children, we should teach them on the most empirically supported evidence.
That's nice that you say that.
Well, that's what public education's for.
Public education is to teach you reading, writing, arithmetic, not
Math,
to...
science.
Well, wait. I'm sorry.
You forgot about those two, hey?
I'm confused. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. What does arithmetic mean? Math? Why did you say math, science?
Because you didn't include science in the list.
Lord.
Do you include science in the list?
Sure.
Okay, so people should learn science.
Sure.
Do you think it's important to engineering that?
What's wrong with them learning science?
All right, let's go back.
I don't have a problem.
What the heck?
It's at this point, I think I am going to double check this particular room to make sure that we got everything in the on the floor. So I'll be right back.
Let them learn about God necessarily. If they're in a private
Jeez.
institution that wants to impose it.
Oh, they can do it in public.
But when a state forces you to teach children about God in a public institution, I do have a problem with that.
That's nice that you have a problem with that, but within the confines of your moral framework of liberalism,
That's not my
There's
moral framework.
nothing-
Andrew, stop saying that my moral framework is liberalism.
foundationalism for liberalism, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
It's not my moral framework.
No, I'm sorry. Your foundationalism for liberalism.
It's not life, liberty. Oh my God. It's not life, liberty. That's the foundation of the American.
Of the okay.
Liberalism.
Foundation of liberalism.
I'll go over it again. You should write this one down because you
Gonna write
How
it
did
down.
I live?
give me the pen.
I'll write it down. Just tell me.
Strong institutions, separation of powers,
Okay.
welfare, and protection of rights and liberties of people.
And every Christian nationalist can do all that.
Yeah, of course they can, but I don't think that they can do so if they are imposing Christian nationalism.
Okay, so then the only thing that you would say is this the life, liberty, pursuit of happiness thing.
I would say like forcing,
That's what makes it an American.
forcing people to, for example, learn
Hmm.
and like pray to Mary in public schools.
Yeah, my counter is that it's the most American thing. The most American thing.
Dude, the mic is still loud,
The Constitution
even when I'm far
American
away.
because the democratic system allows it. That's not what American
It's
is.
American because even though foundationally we didn't have any of these fucking laws, we've only had them since like, oh, I don't know, 40 years. If you violate any of them, now it's the most American
Well,
thing.
you've already granted me that.
Americanism is just what's happening now.
No, Americanism is like an ethos that emerges over time, right? So when you look at like America,
You
Okay.
rejected American identity. All you say is
How have I
it's
rejected
fucking ingenuity or something.
how have I rejected America?
Ingenuity and life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
It's the opposition of tyranny. It's giving people the capacity to speak. It's advocating and
It's not oppositional to tyranny because what do you define tyranny as?
tyranny
Is
as
Donald Trump a tyrant?
in some ways, sure.
Yeah. It's like, so for you,
Wait, I think that that's un-American of him to do.
yeah, it's un-American.
Yes.
I think it's the most American
To be
thing.
a tyrant.
Was Jackson a tyrant?
I don't know all the details of Jackson. I'm not sure.
Was the Trail of Tears tyranny?
I think it's murder.
Tyranny?
Tyranny doesn't.
If presidents ignore the
Do you think
courts,
tyranny just equals murder?
if it leads to it often, but when we're talking about
Is tyranny murder?
no,
Oh,
of course they're different things,
of course, yes.
but one leads to the other usually, right?
It often does, yeah. But
Wouldn't that be your like primary opposition? Is like it's going to lead to murder, this tyranny thing?
no, I actually think it reduces the capacity. So, like, one of the most important things to me is human agency. But
I'm not. I wasn't going.
I should try to go for headshots more.
what I care most about
More.
is agency. I think it's extremely important for people to have a capacity to choose, so that the noble thing that they do isn't just impressed upon them, but it's actually.
Dude, there's a lot of bass in my
If all
mic.
you do is enforce the right choices on people through law and legislation, then all that means is that goodness is a necessity of survival.
Like a lot of bass.
That's nice. You keep saying I don't think that that's good.
You keep saying that's
I'm
nice.
talking about what's American. We're talking about what's American right now.
Yes, you like to slip back and forth between.
I'm just trying to focus on that.
Liberalism. Do you know what my foundations of liberalism are yet?
Yeah, you said something about ingenuity
No,
and
that's the
opposition
American.
to tyranny.
Again, that's the American ethos.
Oh, sorry, American ethos.
You need a pen.
No,
You
just tell
can't seem to
me.
keep
Just
up.
tell me one more time with liberalism. What was it again?
I'm not going to tell you again unless you actually.
You don't remember this. What,
I've said it like 4 times. The foundations of liberalism, strong institutions, balance of power, protection of rights and liberties, and a welfare state.
And you admitted Christian nationalists would do all these things.
They can, but not because they're ruling from fiat.
But they-
Sort of the power of Christian ethics.
And what Christian nationalists are proposing that no longer be the system.
But you've already granted to me that Christian nationalists would change central parts of the American Constitution and the American ethos that I have a problem with. Like,
Yeah, hang on. It's fine for them to change the Constitution. That's part of the liberal system that you just outlined.
I don't think a liberal system is necessarily a moral system. I think it's the best.
I like the gate maps and split gate also.
And they're just using that system.
Okay, and I think.
Oh, you know what? I can do this. How the hell?
It doesn't,
That's not
violate,
nice.
it doesn't
That's not nice.
violate anything.
Well, I would argue it
Let's
violates
put
their
it- let's
Christian
put it
moral
down.
ethos to do so.
Christian nationalists.
Yes.
Because Christians aren't allowed to rule from their moral.
They should not
A
be
little bit
trying to
higher.
blend church and state power and rule from a state of statesmanship. No, I don't think. I think Jesus is obviously and fundamentally.
But they're not doing that. What they're doing is changing
There
amendments.
you
You've
go.
already granted me that that's the direction that they would go.
They're changing amendments.
Increasingly so that they can limit.
We probably have enough for another little break. Dragons are not quite getting there. It's worth the skeletons. Just saw that rat.
People's choice to be aligned with what Christians ought to do, not what secular people
They
may.
can do that.
I
That's
would-
within the confines of what of the American ethos.
It's not within the confines.
is.
It's a violation of the American ethos.
No,
but
it
it
isn't.
is within the confines of liberalism. You're really struggling with this.
Both.
Did you write down
It's
my?
actually both.
Did you write down my
It's
values of
both.
liberalism yet?
Yeah, sure. You're saying separation of power, strong institutions, right? They would impose strong institutions. There would still be a separation of power.
Strong
You've admitted,
institutions
There's
doesn't
one
mean
admitted
map I
that
want to play
Christian nationalists can
first
take control.
before
All of
I
those institutions
like
are there.
putting
So we're
something
back
else
to just this one
in a
position,
different
and the
game.
one position that is going to violate the ethos.
Yeah, because you.
This guy's
But it
not
doesn't
voting
violate the
this
ethos.
Of course it
also.
does.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
if
And
Christian
If they outlaw
offline.
abortion,
I
that
could
is
play
good for your
offline.
ethos
No,
of
No,
life.
not
No, I would say
Let's
that what it
get
does is it imposes on non-Christians
Very
who don't
good.
even believe in
In my
enslavement
opinion,
a
they
law of
already
Christian
be in
policy.
So
favor.
fuck them.
Even
Why,
more.
why is
What do
it
you mean,
that-
fuck 'em?
Why are we supposed to make law towards the minority? We don't have to do
It's
that.
not about the minority. It's about the fact that Christians should not be imposing onto secular people Christian policy. I think not only does it just create worse states,
Okay.
as evidenced by, you know what states aren't awesome? Theocracies.
Oh, secularists though impose that well, we can have pornography
It's
and
not
we can
imposing.
have.
You don't
is,
have to.
That's the
Ah.
imposition.
It's not. Imposing means compelling, right?
It's super. I'm sorry. Is it the case that right now the town square's X? Would you say that like X is a good representation of like how a lot of people communicate?
X, probably not, but I'll grant you social media.
Yeah, it's very difficult to avoid porn, isn't it?
Sure.
So the thing is like
You have to be on social
the
media.
idea of the imposition here is like if they go in and they outlaw it, if they outlaw pornography,
Okay.
right? So what?
Isn't it difficult to be an OnlyFans model? You have a hard time signing up with banks, all these other things. So you have the liberty to do these things. You have the liberty to get rid of all porn on your social media. There's needs, right? It's harder.
You can take those things
All
away.
I have to do is just stay back here.
So none of that has to do with states compelling, right? A secular state isn't forcing people to look at porn.
But a secular state is allowing
Whatever
it.
what
Doesn't
I'm
need
doing
to.
right now.
Yeah, they are allowed.
Yeah, and we don't need to allow a secular state to do this. It's not necessary.
Sure, you could try to collectivize and convince both Christians and non-Christians to make the laws on porn,
Okay, that would be the proposition of Christian nationalism.
and then I would go to those people and say, how effective is that? It actually would
Alright,
if the
I'm
goal
gonna
of
get the
the
sniper.
nationalists and of the secular people is to have people consume porn less, right? Overall, because they think it's better than you can say, how well has abolition laws worked for getting rid of a behavior?
Well, I mean, by that metric, why do we abolish murder? Why do we have a law against murder?
Because I think it's way more possible to use deterrence on murder, and I think the
It's
state is
possible to
worse.
use deterrence on everything.
Porn is going to be significantly more difficult to prove, but also on top of that, I don't think it
Consumption
leads to a better.
necessarily is going to decrease.
Well, again, statescraftment is about making what makes for like a better society to live in.
That would be a better society.
No, it would be a more moral society by your standards.
It would be empirically better too.
People having to do black trade porn, which is what would happen.
I'm sorry.
Black
How are
market
they being
Mhm.
forced
Mhm.
to do blackmail porn?
And then there's some,
Right.
like the enemy is
That would be the
sometimes
natural
They're
kind
not
of
being forced.
bad.
They're being forced to
we're
not
back.
do porn. That's it.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that
Cause
statescraft
yeah,
is
we're just
about
walking into my like
anything that you're
line
covering.
of
It's about whether
sight.
or not these policies policy would lead to like a better outcome for society,
And
right?
these,
So in the case
how
of
would these
It's
policies not
really
lead to better
bad.
outcomes?
having a proliferation
really
of black
bad.
market porn is probably going to increase human trafficking, which we have actually seen. It's probably going to increase the type of like
You see it the
seediness
opposite
behavior.
way, actually. Places where prostitution is legal, you see more human trafficking. Do you know why?
Why?
Because they're prostitutes, and so what they become far easier to exploit because they're in sex work. You'll find this, by the way, across the board. That's been one of the most comprehensive studies. You can find it on Rachel's Substack, in fact. And the truth is like
Science.
there's a ton. Well, it's a meta-analysis. It's not like she didn't just make it up. She
So
wasn't
that's
like,
science.
she wasn't like,
Is it replicated
But
though?
anyway, it was replicated. But the thing is like, this is what's interesting. Is every time you see that there's prostitution which is legalized, you see human trafficking go up, not down.
So my understanding of when you look at like longitudinal studies of abolition is that while there is like a decrease in consumption, right, in the case of like alcohol, there's decrease in
decrease in
consumption,
human trafficking.
but there's also an explosion over time, particularly of like money into black market things. So like while human trafficking probably acutely goes down, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that all of these groups that are engaging in black market porn are getting more money and can engage in more drug black markets, can engage in human trafficking.
You could just make that case for anything you banned.
No, this would be a long. Yes.
Like, oh.
Yes, I'm making that for.
Yeah, you just make the case for ban murder. Well, I mean, that just increases the chances that people are going to utilize the black
Easy
market to
standing
hire
in the
hitmen.
No, I
underclass.
mean,
Yeah, I'm sure it would.
Wait, no, but the issue is why we ban murder is that almost all murder isn't because people are hiring hitmen. It's usually done in like an explosion of anger or the person like planning it out, right? And so if you don't have murder be banned, then all of the people who just explode out and kill somebody, second degree murder, what do you do with them? What do you do with them?
Well, I mean, obviously,
I got the sniper.
Well, but in the system that you just suggested, where murder's not bad, and that if we legalize it, then more murders would happen.
yes, of course, more murders would happen if you legalize murder.
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
Okay.
Just like more porn will happen if you legalize porn.
Yeah, but the issue I agree. I've granted that from the beginning.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't understand the outcomes of banning porn. Why were the outcomes in like 1930 where porn was bad worse?
Mostly because I think it made people engage in black market, and I think that it led to.
There was not very much black market porn in 1930.
There probably just was. Remember, like this whole like pinup
It
girl
definitely
postcard
just
thing.
wasn't.
There just wasn't that much porn in 1930. I'm sure that that's not true.
Well, it is true.
Isn't porn like one of the oldest institutions of trade? So we just got rid of it. We
I
abolished
said
it.
we got rid of it.
Oh.
I said there wasn't very much of it.
I
Especially in comparison to now. Don't you think that right now with prostitution legalized, OnlyFans legalized, we have more porn we've ever had in this country?
yeah, I would grant that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but the issue is that, like, for
It's like the
example,
most ridiculous thing ever. Christian nationalists get rid of it. There's nothing un-American about that. Most of our history, porn was outlawed.
sure,
Most of it.
sure, I don't think it's porn in
It's completely within the confines of Americana to do that. It's completely within the confines of Americana to ban homosexuality. Again, another thing which was banned for most of American history. Banned transgenderism.
Why was it
banned
banned?
for most
Why
of
was it
American
banned?
history.
Why was it banned?
Mostly due to religiosity.
Yeah, and I think that was bad. I think it was
Well,
wrong.
that's fine, but it makes my point. You say, wait a second, religiosity. The founders didn't want that. We can't allow the states to do any of this type of
The founders
blending.
wanted a separation of church and state. This is self-evident, and it is unchristian.
At the federal level only.
Okay.
Federal level.
If you want to cling to that one, you totally can.
Because it's true.
It's absurd, but
No,
sure.
I mean, the position that
Founding
they
fathers definitely wanted Christian nationalism and the blending of church and state, but they wrote it out in the Constitution because they knew states would do it instead. Yippee yippee.
that was the literal compromise they made with them.
Not because they wanted states to have state-level religion.
Then
but
why didn't they ban it in the compromise? Why didn't the founders say, states, you can't have any religion?
because they knew that the states wouldn't join, and as you said, it was a very
That's
perilous
right.
time.
It was a compromise.
You're right, but that doesn't mean that federal leaders actually wanted church and state to be blended. And if they did,
It wouldn't matter if they did.
they could have written it into the Constitution. In fact, probably the states that are joining would have liked that if they found some way to compromise and bring religiosity in
They
church
tried.
and state
The
together.
Anabaptists were like drowning kids. What are you talking? What were they going to find that was going to unify them under that? What?
I'm sure they could find something.
They're going to find so because Erudite says so.
No, because-
they did. What they said was, you can do what you want with your
Again,
states,
because they wanted-
and we were not going to impose a federal religion on you.
Correct, because
That's
they
it.
because they wanted a separation of church and state at the federal level.
Yeah.
Federal level.
But I've
America,
never
America.
denied at the federal level. This has been my position the whole time.
Yeah, you've insisted that because it was happening at the state level, it actually suggests that maybe the federal leaders did want church and state to be blended. They just couldn't write it in because compromise stuffs.
The states wanted it, and the states are part of this system.
Correct. But the federal leaders didn't.
The feds don't usurp the states.
Sure, that's fine. But you think that if they
The
wanted
foundation
religion,
was not just about 39 guys signing a fucking document. The foundation was a contribution of tens of thousands of people.
yes, of course.
And by the
And
way,
yet all of these Christian
governors
people
inside of
couldn't
states,
find a way to impose church and state together at federal
they
level.
did. They did
Federal
find a way to do it.
No, they didn't.
They didn't want them to at the federal level.
Why not?
Because they didn't want the federal government to be like, Maryland, you got to be a Catholic. You got to be a Catholic state. They didn't want that
They
shit.
could have imposed it in some other way. They could have written way more like godness into things. They could have written, for example, that the
They
federal
did write
that was
godness.
not
They
what
wrote
I
godness into the Declaration of Independence.
First of all, they wrote creator. None of the TJ references in any way can be like cited to like godness in a Christian way.
What's a creator?
A
Rock?
A creator?
They think a rock was not God?
How many religions have a creator deity?
And are those creators God?
Why did TJ say
Are those creators God?
I don't think so. But why did TJ? Hold on. Why didn't TJ? Why didn't TJ just say Christ? No
What,
answer.
God?
Christ.
No, they said God because there was some...
They didn't say God. They said creator.
Because some of these states, again...
Some of the Christians wouldn't have agreed with Christ.
Come they
the fuck
rejected the idea of the Trinity, yes.
Christ.
The idea of the Trinity.
I didn't say the Trinity. I said Christ. You think that if TJ had written in Christ, that some Christians would have been like, "How dare he?"
It's possible.
No, come on.
But not only that, let's just point this out.
So TJ, you can grant me. You'll concede. TJ definitely explicitly did not write the Christian God into his declaration.
Using the non-offensive position in order to make sure that they would compromise, right? When they say creator, they definitely mean a god.
The Declaration of Independence has nothing to do with compromise.
No. But when they use the language in the Declaration of
It's always
Independence
fun
for
to
creator,
jump slide.
what do you think they're referencing?
I think TJ is explicitly not referencing Christ because
What
he didn't want.
is he referencing?
He is referencing a general conception of creator.
Which is what?
To Christians, it would be Christ, but he didn't say Christ. Now, did he?
Okay, but what would the creator
To Hindus, it would be like,
Would the creator be God?
yeah, he didn't
Yeah,
say God.
but what the creator here meant God.
Why would you assume that?
Because what else is the creator?
Why wouldn't they just say Christ if they meant the Christian God?
Well, again, you're splitting hairs here.
I'm not splitting
The
hairs. It's
idea,
kind of important.
yeah, the idea here is simple.
He just couldn't think of it. Oh, what's that word for the creator that Christians like? Oh, I can't remember. I'll just throw creator in there.
Pull up the Declaration of Independence and read it.
Sure.
We find these truths to be self-evident,
Yeah.
that all men are endowed by who?
Creator.
Their creator.
Yeah.
Are you saying it doesn't say God in here?
I didn't say anyone. I said that says creator. I think it's it might say. I'd have to look through.
Oh, it does? It does say God?
I don't know. I have to look.
What do you think they're referencing by creator?
I think if they wanted to reference
How would
Christ, they
humans
would
be
have said it.
endowed by a creator who wasn't their God?
Well, I think you can probably understand. Why didn't TJ say Christ?
Okay, so what? Answer my question, then I'll answer
Answer my
yours.
question.
Answer mine. I asked you first.
The creator could refer to any creative being.
How do you endow people as a creator if you're not creating the people?
But this is what most creation stories think, that the creator is endowing religion.
And the creator is usually referencing what?
For Christians, they would mean Christ. Now, why
It
doesn't
also mean God.
so why doesn't
That's
TJ,
a
why
triune.
doesn't TJ say
Because of
Christ?
probably the triune concept, yeah.
Because
That would be
Christians
most
would have had an
likely.
issue with
But I
the
actually
word
do
Christ.
think that there's a reference to God. And
We-
I do
we
think
can
that
look.
there's often references to Jesus Christ as well, not in those documents though. Now, the other thing that's interesting here is that you still haven't answered to this, why it is that at the federal level,
You still haven't answered my
right?
question.
What's the question?
I said, why didn't TJ use the word Christ?
I just told you. I literally
and so then my
did
follow-up
answer
was, so he said, because so
of
I
the
said,
triune nature,
so the
yes.
Christians, any form of Christian can Protestantism, I think is the word you're using, they would be opposed to the word Christ.
Yeah, probably deist and others would be.
Come on.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Deists are Christian.
Deists reject the divinity of Christ.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's using
Alright,
creator because he doesn't want to use the word Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Literally.
But TJ meant Christ. The known.
Say it in Christ.
You're
That was a
racist.
good to
Yes,
know.
you are. You're saying
Part
the
of using,
implication
this is part of using non-offensive language, which then led to compromise using non-offensive language. The compromise was that the states could have their own religion, couldn't they? That's
So
the point.
we're jumping
The feds are
back.
just not allowed to tell the states what religion they can have.
I feel
That's
like
I jumped
if
into
any
the
of the
same.
feds really wanted to write Christ into the Constitution, they did a really shit job.
They're not writing it into the Constitution.
They probably should if they wanted it to be
Okay.
a Christian nation.
Lord.
Probably should.
Was it pan-Protestant at the time? Can we agree on that? Okay. So when they're making this compromise with the states, did the states want their states to be Protestant?
No. But they wanted to be Christian. Protestant.
They didn't want their various states to be some form of Protestantism usually.
It would depend on the people collecting that state.
I happen to know, I think that
Yeah,
is
most of
way
the
out,
states.
What,
if I'm
what,
not
Protestant?
mistaken.
They,
So
yeah,
I'm
they're
not going down
Protestant.
that
It's
way
funny because you
yet.
argued with me on that one before. Yeah, I'd rather most of them were Protestant.
Started this
No, I didn't argue with you.
You did. I said most of the states would have been Protestant, right? You said no. It
Oh,
would have been all of them.
No, that's not how that conversation went
Okay,
either.
it's fine. If you're granting
But
me it
here's
now,
the thing,
I'll
it's
take
funny.
it. I'll take
it's
it.
like,
I'll take it.
Yes, it was pan-Protestantism.
But most of it was Protestantism, right?
Yes, pan-Protestantism, correct. And they disagreed about all sorts of things. The
Right,
divinity of
disagreed.
Christ, they disagreed about the theology of baptism, they
They didn't
disagreed
disagree that
about the
Christ
theology, about all sorts of different
They didn't
things.
agree that they didn't disagree that Christ existed.
Yes, but the divinity matters. And so the thing is that's interesting here is like when we're talking about each of these individual states, each one of them was allowed to have a religion, and that was part of the compromise. The entirety of the First Amendment is just saying the federal government can't establish a religion because those states didn't want them to impose that religion on them. Not that the states
Okay.
could not have religions. That was
Right.
never the intention.
You're right. They didn't want the federal
I was
government
listening
to
to
impose
like about Squidgate.
It's
Is
almost
that
like a founding piece of the American
Is
ethos
that
is
you can-
not forcing religion,
you can
and not
join
forcing
if
beliefs on
you
people.
got disconnected?
I
You can
agree.
rejoin
Yeah,
the
that is the
same
American
Unless you're in the
way.
States, which is part of
I
the
think
American
you
ethos.
before.
Oh, so now we can impose.
They did.
Cool.
Like what?
Oh my God! You had to make declarations that you
Very
believed
cool.
in God in order to vote in many of these
Not
states.
federally.
I didn't. What states?
I'm talking about America. You were talking
America is a
You
collection
said
of
America.
states.
America. I don't know.
I said the word state 4 times.
Yeah, so
State.
You were talking about how
The
the federal
states.
government did not impose on the states a religion.
Yes.
Mhm.
And
then I
states.
so I responded.
Yes,
And I
states.
said, you're right. It's almost as though the founding fathers did not want to impose a religion on the people.
And then my response to you was, of course,
But
but that's
the
been
states
established.
did.
The
But the
states
states
did,
did.
yes.
But the states did.
The states did.
Yeah, we're talking about America. The American ethos specifically.
The states are part of the American ethos.
Sure, but I don't think that like Maryland deciding that they want to be, let's say, Protestant. I don't know what they've done.
No, it's Maryland's ability to do that. That's part of the American ethos.
Sure. And then they got rid of it, all of them.
No.
The
they
American
didn't-
ethos.
It's not they got
The
rid of
American
it.
ethos
It's
from
the
the founding
What
fathers
state
was
here?
It's
we
the
don't
14th
impose religion on
Amendment
people.
at the federal
We let the
level.
states choose.
No, the-
We don't impose religion on people. True base. Thanks, Andrew.
Oh, except we did.
Where did we?
At the state level, it was
I was
imposed
saying
all over the
federal.
place.
I'm talking about federal.
Why didn't the federal government go in there and stop those
Yeah,
fucking
let's
states from
go.
imposing their religious values?
Because
Jump,
they,
slide, jump,
well, they didn't want to,
slide,
right?
jump,
Exactly.
slide.
Exactly. They couldn't. They couldn't. They were not allowed to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost as though the American founding fathers agreed that we should not impose religion on people, which I would say Christian nationalism
Except-
wants to
Except they
violate.
didn't agree with that. They compromised for it.
Oh, so they did want it, they just couldn't do it in the federal thing, so they
That was the
utilized it.
compromise, yes.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. You're saying actually, the founding fathers did want the imposition of religion on America. They just couldn't do it at the time, so they wrote it in this backhanded way to let the state do it. But the actual intention of the founding
It
fathers
wasn't
was
written in
to
a backhanded
write
way.
in religion
It was
into the
written into
Constitution.
the 10th Amendment. That's not a backhanded way. It's an upfront way. It's very
Almost
upfront.
like if they wanted religion to be imposed on the nation, they would have done so.
They didn't want a national religion imposed on the nation.
You're right, they didn't. They wanted separation of church and state at the national level, which is central to the
We've
American
agreed with
ethos.
that 500 times.
True, but
That's
then you
not
keep on
even-
trying to fight me and being like, well, Maryland kept it for a while, so that's actually also the American ethos. It's like, no,
It
it's
is.
not.
Yes, it is.
No, actually, they updated to agree with it. In fact, every
didn't
single state.
update.
Yes, every single state no longer has a religious test.
Because the
correct?
14th Amendment.
Does-
That's not the states doing that. That was the federal thing.
most of the states updated and got rid of the religious test long before the 14th
Oh,
Amendment.
yeah? When do you think the last one ended?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
When do you think it comes out?
The 60s? I think the last one was in the 60s where you didn't have to say, you know, like, declare that you worship God in order to, swear an oath or something like that. I think it was the 60s.
Sure, but the last one happening in the 60s doesn't mean that most of the
Whoever
states have
gets the
updated
middle
before.
one wins,
Some of them,
basically.
Sure.
Yeah, some of them.
Yeah, that's all
But
I'm claiming.
the truth is,
You're trying to
it's
fight
like,
me on that, but that's what
yeah,
I'm claiming.
most of that was because of the 14th Amendment.
Do you think most of the states got rid of the religious clause when the 14th Amendment came out? Or do you think most states had already adopted the federal landscape, and then some places had
No,
to kind
what
of
was
impose
going
it?
on was that a lot of the states wanted to return, actually, to the idea of having state religion.
A lot
And
of
this
them?
was challenged in courts, and so what happened is, yes, this was a national conversation.
court, and then-
it was challenged in court. They said, well, based on the 14th Amendment, which is about fucking citizenship, states can't do that anymore because of the fucking uniformity clause or whatever it is. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, so the federal government of America, in line with the federal government initially, doesn't want to impose religion, and then it became a big question of whether or not states can continue to do so. The same American government over time also agreed that it was un-American to do so. Cool.
Well, then you
Thank
agree
you.
it's
My point.
un-American
Well, they definitely felt that it was a violation of the Constitution.
based on the 14th Amendment. That doesn't make it un-American.
Sure.
What would be un-American about
Alright,
repealing
let's
that?
go.
Nothing. Nothing.
I'd say with
Nothing would be un-American
Yeah,
about
I think
repealing
the federal government initially and throughout all of America's history has moved in a direction of separation of church and state. They think it's very important
At
to
the
not.
federal level, that's true.
Yeah, America. We are talking about America. remember?
America's not just the federal government.
I didn't say it just is, but when we're talking about the emergent principle of America, we should probably think about what the
We are thinking about it.
Yeah,
we're
but you're
thinking
kind of
about the
disregarding it.
and we're thinking about the states.
I know the federal government said that they can't impose religion, but states said they could. So actually, the American ethos is imposing religion.
I know that the states could definitely impose all of their
Come on,
religious
I'm cuter
values
than that when I
on
do that.
everybody, but the feds, all that matters is what the feds want.
I feel like when I do
All that matters,
it's a little cute.
all that matters is what the feds want, man. Because the states don't even matter, bro. Even though that was who the compromise was with. Like, what are you talking about?
The way he. Yeah, it's almost like since it was founded by Christians, and these same Christians separated church and state. So it's almost like the Christians even then agreed with me that it would be un-Christian to impose a religion at a federal level on the people. It's
Thing
almost
which
like
was
they.
never in question.
It is. You're just trying to be like, but the states, but Maryland kept it for a while, man.
That was
Okay,
a good shot.
Maryland's not America. Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
Some
you're right.
states.
Maryland's not America. You got
True.
it.
But
What
10
was I
states
thinking?
aren't America. America is a collected, unified group under the Constitution, particularly the federal Constitution.
A unified group of what? States? States?
Sure, as well states, but like the people of the states, yeah.
When we're talking about rights and separations of power, do you think that state separation and federal separation matter?
Yeah,
I do too.
cool. That doesn't mean that we were founded on a Christian nation, that Christian nationalism is what the American ethos is, or that it should be.
Well, what was in question is whether or not un-American to change the Constitution because Christian nationalists want
Not
to.
really un-American.
Compelling
No.
case for that at all.
No, it was not about whether it was un-American to change the Constitution.
That's literally the
I think
prompt.
that
The
kills
prompt is if
compared
it's
to other
un-American to have
people.
Christian nationalism. Your only argument was, I think that if they went in and restricted
sorry,
things that I
bots.
don't like, that's un-American because no reason.
No,
Their reasoning was like, because life, liberty, and some nebulous pursuit of happiness. And even if I grant that Christian nationalists can get in there and they can do things like go after liberty, that's fine because I'm not a liberty maximist. But they can preserve
Well,
life.
some-
That's fine. I'm not a
hold on.
life maximist.
Hold on, no.
It's
Some-
like you just equivocate on everything.
I'm not. How is any of that
Because you
equivocal?
utilize when I say wait a second, when you say liberty, if you go against liberty, that's going against some kind of American ethos. I say okay, that's fair. Then I give you an example of when we would go after liberty and it would be fine. You're like, that's fine because I'm not a liberty maximalist.
How is that equivocating?
Because you're using the word liberty here in two different ways. You're saying, well, liberty in this
No,
case.
I'm using it the same in both
Okay,
ways.
so where's the threshold for maximalism for liberty?
I'm not sure exactly where it is,
I
but
know.
there is a threshold.
I got to take a leak.
Like,
There's
who's all
threshold
the
somewhere.
maps?
Of course, yeah. Wait, there's a threshold for most things, but not knowing the precise point of Loki's wager where it falls isn't like incoherent or inconsistent. Well, if we work as a collective to find where that line is, it would tell us something meaningful, right?
I forgot
Some
Onslaught.
chats here. I think
It
there's
was a
one
game
actually
mode.
specifically for you, Kyla, that I'm gonna have
There was like 30 players versus 30 or
Andrew
something.
returns so you can
Or maybe it was 20 verse 20.
I'll go ahead. Can you lower
Block
it to
Davis
90?
donated $100. Kyla, are you a Christian? What denomination? Are you pro-choice or pro-life? Would you get an abortion under any circumstance? If so, what? Are you fine with gay marriage? Can women be clergy?
So what denomination? If you want.
Yeah, so I can answer this. What these are
Yes.
basically like Christian litmus tests to basically like see how pure I am.
It's like you can get like 24 players.
Anyone else? Do you want to throw them back on the screen so I make sure I respond to them?
Yeah, I will pull it back up right now.
So am I Christian? Yes. Which denomination? I'm broadly Protestant, but I appeal to a form of theology called it's called radical orthodoxy. So it's not really like a denomination, but Protestant generally is fine. Are you pro-life or pro-choice? Me personally, I'm pro-life as maximal as possible, but at a policy level, I think decriminalization leads to the most good outcomes, and I think God, as a virtue ethics, wants the most good outcomes maximum as much as possible. Would I get an abortion under any circumstances? I have no
Okay.
idea. I probably not, but I'm not sure. I haven't had to confront that in a serious way. If so, what? I'm not sure. Possibly, but probably not. I'm pretty conservative when it comes to like doing sin, so probably not. Are you fine with gay marriage? Legally, yes. Can women be clergy? I haven't actually theologically looked at that one. I just don't really care, to be honest. I'm not sure.
All right. Those are some TTSs. Or we have a few more, but I'll wait until Andrew's back. If you guys do want to
You know
get
what?
a
Let's
TTS in,
try.
that's streamlabs.com/whatever. We've lowered the TTS. It was previously 200, now it's $100. If you
getting a
guys
deal.
want to get one in, yeah, they're getting a good deal. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. What are we at on the likes? Does anybody know in the chat what are we on?
Team
Nathan, can you
Deathmatch.
check what we're on the likes? Maybe we can hit a threshold here before Andrew returns.
How many likes do you want?
3,700.
Team
Guys,
Shotty
there's
Snipers.
11,000 people watching. Andrew's going to return in just a moment. Let's get to 4,000.
We can do it.
We need 300 likes. 300 likes if you guys can get us to 4,000 likes.
Regardless who you like here, right? Brian was kind enough to host this debate and bring you guys content. Give him
Yeah,
the
this
like.
might
And
be
instead of
24
properly
players
moderating
on
the debate, I
Zoom,
spent most
even
of
though
the
it's
bit
not
cleaning up the
Cleaning
table.
after women.
Cleaning up the table. Andrew spilled too, by the way.
I'm
He
just
not as
doing
big
it
of a
for
spill.
fun.
Mine was pretty bad.
It was pretty bad.
I'm very sorry
So
about
just
that.
Bad spill.
Is this okay?
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, we rescued it.
Yeah, it's all good. So guys, like the video. Like the video for the spill. Like the video. I'm over here carpet cleaning.
Feminist Brian Atlas cleaning up after women.
Whoa, that,
It was good of you to
flip
not
it
make
and
me to
shit
do
Flip
it.
and shit Well, hey, you know, you guys are in the middle of the debate, so I figure I'm just, I'll do the cleaning, you know.
Yeah, okay,
Very
he's
feminist
trying to make
take.
himself not seem that nice, but he was reminding me of things. He was helping out. You were being very
There
gentle.
was a crowd
Well,
over
I try to
there.
be fair to participants
Yeah.
in the debate.
Egalitarian,
That's
like
fair.
feminist like.
Alright,
Nathan, can you
let's
pull
try
up
to
Twitch
end
for
the
us,
game.
guys? If you're watching over there on Twitch, we have, I think, about 1,000 viewers over there on Twitch. If you
End
can
match.
pull up, Nathan, the Twitch Windows, perfect. Guys, 1,300 over there on
I
Twitch.
wonder if
If
there was
you
a
have
team
time
for like
available,
playing
I'm a
like people in
starving,
there.
broke college student artist. If you guys can just, you know, if you have Amazon Prime, link it to your Prime, Twitch.
Yeah,
It's
I
quick
think
for
I
you
set
to
it
support
up
the show this
correctly.
month. So if you guys could support the show, very much appreciate it. Also drop us a follow if you guys would like to see more debates. Appreciate it, guys. Like the video again, get us to over 4,000. I'm going to read this super chat here. Texas Red, thank you very much for the super chat. Very kind of you. This is getting annoying. SCOTUS gets to determine what the Constitution says based on the power grab of Marbury v. Madison power grab. No state agreed to the loss of their ability to determine state religion. The 14th says that entirely from the bench of SCOTUS.
Totally un-American, by the way.
Okay.
Texas Red, thank you for the super chat. Did you want to respond further, or was that kind of...
Yeah, he's right. It's totally un-American. The whole idea here, we're asking about whether or not Christian nationalism is American or not. She's appealing to ideals which are not even, like, for instance, I don't even think the word secularism existed at that time.
True.
Okay? Like, you're appealing to ideals in the presentism form that
When
are
did they
silly.
say secular? Is like an ideal of America.
Yeah, the ideal of America, when you're talking about pursuit of happiness, how it's ingenuity, it's all about science, it's about these things. It's like
Is this
it's
secular?
also about states' rights.
Okay.
States' rights was fundamentally an American core value. The idea that Christian nationalists would give it back to the states, give gay marriage back to the states, give abortion back to the states, that is fundamental to that ideal, and it's very, very much an American ideal.
Right, but there's obviously going to be times where federal policy like imposes over top of states.
Not if Christian nationalists are in power, then they can change
They would-
federal policy.
Wait, so if Christian nationalists are in power and they want to cede power, but they accept California allowing the transing of kids and for gay marriage and for all of the liberal porn, the liberal degeneracy, Christian nationalists would go,
If it's the case,
that's okay.
if it's the case that inside of a democracy, Christian nationalists
Let's
are elected to these high
try-
offices and can pass legislation which then stops California from doing that, you could not have a single objection to that.
Sure I could. I would say probably those Californians don't want that, and that would be a pretty
Oh,
major
that's-
violation of
Californians
state
don't want
rights.
But under the current framework, you're calling it un-American if we don't adhere to the 14th Amendment and the SCOTUS ruling of the 14th
That's
Amendment.
probably
It's
good.
fundamentally un-American because the founders didn't want states to have religions
I
or
know,
some
I
shit.
said that what's un-American is imposing federal religions onto others. Imposing
Careful
religion
players
generally
on
That was
onto
never
others.
in
organ
question whether or not the
destruction.
feds were supposed to impose a
Organ
religion.
destruction
Question
is
is,
based on the
is American
underpinning
of
of
those to
that
impose
basic
religion on
word.
others? No.
No, that's not true.
It is the American
So
ethos
there
to
you
impose religion.
equivocate again between you say
Oh,
the
nice.
federal government's not allowed to impose religion. I say, yeah, that's true. And you say, well, so then America's not supposed to impose religion. No, that doesn't follow. One thing doesn't follow from the other. America's not just the federal government. America's not just federal amendments. America's not just this. America's also states, states' rights, what the states want, what states are. Okay, by the way, the most key American thing, the states used to be the ones who sent up Congress. You didn't get to vote on that shit. The states were the ones who did that. That was the most American system. So I don't know what you're even talking about with this. You never demonstrate how it's un-American for Christian nationalists to use the system of liberalism in order to change it around for Christianity. Because, the feds are supposed to impose religion. Christian nationalists aren't proposing one single unified Christianity. They're saying that the states should be able to impose Christianity if they fucking
It's
want.
how you get to
If Christian
practice.
nationalists had power, they would probably prefer a federal religion. They would probably prefer federal policies on abortion and on gay marriage.
The
They would impose
system-
these things at a federal level.
And the system is set up for them to do
That
that.
doesn't make it good.
That doesn't make it bad.
For Christians, it makes it bad.
No, it doesn't make it bad for
Yeah, for
Christians
instance,
because
to
you
not-
say so based on the fruitless trilemma of your assumption of God. That doesn't make it bad. Nothing's bad.
I know that I know that the trial really strikes you.
Oh,
I would
God,
say that
dude.
it's unchristian. Yeah, I think it's heretical, right? Jesus,
Well, I think that
the typological argument is the embodiment of Christ himself rejecting kingship, right? John
even
6,
though Christ-
after feeding the 5,000, he perceived they were going to crown him king, so he withdrew to the mountains. Right? We see Christ, Jesus, regularly rejecting political office, regularly rejecting political power,
He did,
because
yeah.
he said,
Oh.
my kingdom is not here on earth. It's not a state. It's a heart condition. It is a kingdom of heaven.
But you also said on the
That's
other side
right.
of your mouth that the reason that God anointed kings and Jesus Christ is God is because we just weren't ready for liberal values yet.
Yeah, in the same way that I don't think that we
Yeah, where
well,
does
not
it say
liberal
that in the
values. Hold on,
Bible?
not liberal values, God's values.
Yeah, where does it say that anywhere in the Bible? That the reason that God anointed kings, he only did that because, well, we didn't have a better system yet.
Why? So why?
No, answer my question. Don't ask me one. Where in the Bible can I find anywhere in the New Testament? I don't care if it's Matthew. I don't care if it's Mark. I don't care if it's Luke. I don't care if it's John. I don't care who you want to reference.
Yeah.
Show me anywhere in the New Testament where it says that God stopped anointing kings because we just weren't ready yet for democracy.
I'm not throwing memory verses at you like I'm some scholar kid. When we actually engage in theology, right? We look at chapters. We look at type of.
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I said I'm not throwing memory verses
So
at you.
you,
Like a
so there's nowhere in the Bible that says that?
No, I would say that there was a strong theological, typological argument. Would you reject typological arguments as a sound form of theology? Oh, okay,
I'm just
cool.
saying that here, when we're talking about typology,
I didn't say that there's a specific verse that says Jesus went and he said, "You guys, democracy is actually the best thing."
but
I
you're
never
going to
said
cite a verse where he decides he's not going to be king as proof that he doesn't want any more kings.
that. As evidence that,
Okay.
like in my typological argument, which looks at the
I live in a
transition
lot
over
of
time,
Let's look at the
increasingly.
transition over time.
Sure, yeah.
People
So
can
in the
tell I
case
had
of
a lot of fun
Moses,
with
we
it.
have like
I
extreme
was
statecraft
friends with one of
and
them.
Christian law. The judges,
King
right? We have
David.
tribes.
Let's
King
talk
David's
about King
later.
David. Yeah, also King David. Let's
Yeah,
talk
was
about
anointed by the
Again, so
prophets,
it's-
right? So now we have one step of
Let's
step of
see.
separation between the king and God. So in
Let's
the case of
see
judges,
if,
they were both kind of acting as statesmen and as like spiritual leaders-ish.
Yes.
Whereas by the time we get to David, we have Samuel anointed the king. But Samuel's actually the prophet. He's the word of God. And the kings are supposed to honor that. Then by the time we get to the priests, now there's no statecraft at all. The priests are existing under Roman occupation. And then we get to Jesus, the final typological fulfillment of this. And it is a complete and utter rejection on Christ's part of politics. That's what we see over time.
Then how come the apostles engaged in politics and couldn't Paul?
Hello, guys. We're back.
I don't. When did Paul ever say that we should like usurp? Didn't he say render unto Caesar what is
Paul
Caesar's?
literally went to Corinth in order to battle for the position of authority because the super apostles came in and usurped his position.
Not for state.
Yes, that was part of statecraft in Corinth. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. You're incorrect here.
No, was Corinth run by Romans or by the Christians?
Well, that's not relevant.
It's kind of important to
What's
statecraft
relevant?
under the Roman
Yeah,
Empire.
but do you realize that inside of many of these Roman
Psychedelic,
places,
yeah.
while they were under Roman occupation, there was still a lot of government within the cities, as long as it didn't violate Roman rules.
As long as it didn't violate
Sure,
Roman
but that
rules.
doesn't mean that they couldn't impose, and they did all the time, their own cultural, spiritual,
Cultural
various
and
things like
spiritual.
this.
Yeah, they didn't engage in statecraft.
That is statecraft.
No, so a
If you
pope,
could pass,
no.
could you pass laws inside of Corinth as a spiritual leader? Because the answer is yes, you could. So if that's the case, as long as it didn't violate Roman law, you could do that. How is that fill in with your typography or your typographic, whatever it is? How? Show
Because
me.
at no point is Paul going there and saying that we should impose Christian laws and all these things. He's saying this is what good Christians should do. This is how we should must and ought to conduct ourselves. When he's
Then why is he
asked about
removing these
statesmen,
people?
what?
Why is he removing the super apostles? Why is he there to remove the super apostles?
Probably because he found them unbiblical, not because he thought they were bad statesmen.
He said both.
He said,
He said the
where's the verse?
informing-
Where's the verse? Give me a verse.
Yeah, let's go into Timothy. First of all, let's go into Timothy, and we can go to Ephesus. What was going on in Ephesus, especially when it came to the ideas of the cult of Artemis. This was purely political. The fact of the matter was,
Worshipping the cult of Artemis is only political.
it was economic. It was economic
It
and
had
political.
no bearing on their spiritual condition if they were engaging with
It was both. It was both
What do you
together.
think actually mattered for Paul?
No, both did, and I'll tell you why.
He constantly talks
What
about
was going on with the cult of Artemis, the reason they were so fucking pissed off is because the entire economic model of Ephesus revolved around the fact that they were making these silver statues. Okay? This was a political battle and it was a spiritual battle.
Okay.
Both at the same time.
So did they say that nobody can now make these silver statues, or did they say that Christians should not engage in that, not make it,
Yeah,
not buy it?
Christians were trying to remove that as an economic form for Artemis.
And did Paul go there and say we should get rid of it as an economic form? And didn't say
Timothy, just that.
no,
yes.
he said don't engage with it.
No. Yeah, you need to read the letters to Timothy because you're incorrect. Okay. The truth is that the reason, and I understand why. I understand why you came up with this idea. The anointing of kings happened. God put kings in place, but it's just because they weren't ready for another system that didn't have kings. Does that mean right this second, anywhere that there's a king, that king's sinning?
No, it depends on what the king is.
Like in your country, is it sinful to be a king in your country?
No, because the kings are exclusively performative. Like they have no actual monarchic power. The king can't, for example, tell Canada that they must impose Christian laws.
But let's just say that you had like a king in Zimbabwe, and this king,
Is he Christian?
yeah, he's a Christian. Zimbabwe's like hell on earth, okay, let's say. And this king gets into authority and he imposes all these Christian values and it brings in all sorts of economic prosperity and people are very happy.
That
Is
would
he
be a
sinning?
great outcome.
Is he
He
sinning?
might be. Yeah, does he know that it's wrong for him to impose Christian statecraft?
I don't think it is wrong.
It depends on what he's imposing. What is he imposing?
He's imposing that you can't murder, no homosexuality, no prostitution. He's imposing no drugs. He's saying all sorts of things like this.
Yeah.
He's imposing Christian ethics.
Yeah, so I would have an issue with a number of the Christian ethics that is only conducted around sin and not about state.
But you can't demonstrate that he's actually
Completely
sinning.
missed that.
What do you mean you can't demonstrate?
Show me how this Christian king is doing anything which is incorrect biblically by being a Christian king.
Yeah, so if he imposed on his people, for example, something that they can't do because he thinks it's a sin, not because he thinks it makes for like a worse statecraft, I would think that would be wrong.
Show me the sin.
He was
Show me the wrong.
robbing people of agency.
You're not robbing them of agency by having rule of law based on Christian ethics. You still have agency.
If you're forcing it exclusively because it's sin, right? So if there are secular people in Zimbabwe that are gay,
Yeah.
and you force them to not be allowed to engage in it, and let's say there's
How is that
Okay.
sin?
throwing people in jail who are non-Christians would be wrong to do. Yeah.
Why?
What depends on what you mean by sin, right? Like when I talk about sin,
If the king of Zimbabwe says homosexuality is not to be engaged in anymore and you can't get married, how is he sinning?
because he's imposing on non-Christians something about sin.
So?
So I think the issue would be that that's inherently anti-Christian.
No, it's not. You can make impositions.
Where does Jesus impose himself on
He
non-Christians?
doesn't have to. Jesus wasn't here specifically to give us the message of how to rule.
Should you be more like
Here to give
Jesus
us
or
the-
Paul?
He was giving us the ethical framework for how we were supposed to live our lives. And if it's the
Okay.
case,
Shouldn't we live our lives
Yeah,
politically
if
then? If Jesus
it's
wanted us
both.
to live our so why did he reject it?
reject what?
Politics.
Because that wasn't what Jesus was here to do.
So we shouldn't act like Jesus. So Jesus wasn't here to
We
be.
are acting like Jesus.
So theoretically, though, if it was actually more Christian to impose
Sorry about
Christian
that,
policy,
guys.
shouldn't
Huge
have Jesus
interruption.
established the kingdom of Judea and Samaria? Shouldn't he have done that? United the
Established-
southern
established-
kingdom? Shouldn't he have thrown off the
He
Romans?
established the brand new kingdom, which is Christianity,
Which is where?
which is the body of peoples that are Christians, yes.
Where is it? Like what state is it?
State what?
What state did Jesus make?
No, he didn't make a state.
Oh, you're right. He didn't.
That was not what his purpose was.
So should we be more like Jesus or like Paul?
We're still like Jesus, even if you're a king who opposes Christian ethics. How are you not like Jesus?
Because if you impose on other people,
Should we all get crucified at 33 to be like Jesus?
does Jesus think that we should all get crucified?
You tell me. It's your
That's my
critique.
answer.
That's not an answer. That's a question. Should every Christian get crucified at 33 because Jesus did? Why?
Because Jesus didn't say that his crucifixion was
He
him.
didn't say that kings couldn't be
Did he
Christians
say
and
that it's
oppose Christian
sin? Did he
ethics.
say it's sin to not get crucified?
Did he say it was sin to be a
The
king and
good
oppose
old
Christian ethics?
story
Show
is
me where.
coming
Certainly
out.
seemed to reject it outright.
He certainly didn't. Show me where.
Well, just
Sure,
got
we'll go back to
announced,
John
but
6. After feeding the 5,000, he perceived they were going to crown him
cool.
king, so he withdrew to the mountains.
I was gonna be
Matthew,
worth for
render
Dick too,
unto
but I
Caesar
just
what
went
is
up.
Caesar's.
I was
Right?
kind of
Matthew 4.
Well,
like
Satan
Dick too,
offers
relaxing
Jesus
too.
political dominion
I
over the
wanna
earth
play
and he
Skyrim
refuses.
and then I'm gonna quit
Because
probably
he
'cause,
is not here to do
dude, I'm
political
tired.
The reason that happened was because Satan came to him and he said to him, I'll give you
This
everything.
thing combined
If you
with
worship,
the
you
other
have
ones,
Enemies that are
I've
ceasing
never
to
had.
So he rejects it, not because he's saying you can't be a Christian and rule. He rejects it because he, God, is not going to bow at the feet of Satan for material
Sure.
shit.
So then why did he reject
So why would you
the
put that up
5,000?
as an example? That doesn't even make sense.
I brought it up and examined a litany of other things of Jesus regularly rejecting political power.
Yeah, he
fun,
wasn't.
buddy.
His mission was not to come
I
here
like
to be a
to relax.
politician. But that doesn't mean that he rejects
Why
that
not?
politicians can use Christian ethics.
Well, a lot of Jews seem to believe that the Messiah's role was specifically to be.
Are you a Jew?
No, but
Then I don't care.
okay. So Jesus rejects the political position, and we should what? Embrace it? Seek it?
There's no problem within Christian ethics
Hmm.
of having a position of political authority.
I didn't say that there is.
Then if you're
I
going
said
to be
ruling from Christians
Yeah.
onto non-Christians.
that's fine.
Is wrong.
No, it's not wrong. And you haven't demonstrated it.
Absolutely.
All you've
Fix
done is
it
given me
is.
some passages out of context, one of them in
Maybe
which he
Jan
was
is
supposed to
good
bow at
too.
Satan's feet.
They're not.
Another one where he says, I'm going to reject being the king of the Jews. So what?
How are these out of context?
Well, the first one we were talking about with Satan, he did not reject it due to political office. He rejected it because Satan said, you got to bow down to me in order to get material
I
shit.
think I do that one. Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to the kingdom, that did not serve his mission. His mission was to come here and give us the good news. He was to give us the good news that his kingdom has come to earth. His kingdom is here.
How would reestablishing Israel not
Okay.
help showing that the kingdom is here, that we're here to bring the good
Ask
news?
him. Why are you asking me that?
Because you're the one who.
You're asking me about the guys of God. His entire mission here was just give you the good news. That was his mission.
You know what's cool in Skyrim and other games is that
How are
they
you not like
don't
Jesus
run out
because
of
you rule
reward
Christian
like
ethics?
quests
regularly push
because the quests are
He
radiant,
did not
which
anywhere
means
ever show
you
us where
always have
secular
something to
supposed to be
do.
the order of the day,
Technically, you
and
can't
Christians were
complete the
supposed to
quest
only
with
follow
like all the
secularism.
quests
He never showed us this.
So then,
because
why does he say render unto Caesar, right? Even Paul, in the case of Paul,
So we're talking about taxes.
they
okay,
give
so Paul,
like
for
the
example,
quest
what was
givers
happening
give
is
out
existed under
indefinite
Nero,
quests.
Want the answer?
Quest
Do you
like
want the
all the
answer to why
time.
you
If
say
you
render under
complete
Caesar?
one,
Yeah.
then you
Okay,
can
so here's what happened.
you can re-ask them, and then you get another
And
one.
leaders would come up with these,
So
well, not just
I actually
Pharisees, but
kind of
yes, also
like that.
Pharisees.
Like
And they
really,
would come over
it's
to him and
not
ask him,
it's
oftentimes,
not
hypothetically,
very
questions. In this particular case, we're
like
talking about
specific and it's like
right? So he gives
easy.
you parables. He
Like
says, render unto Caesar what is his, right? Yes,
It's
you can render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. That in no way says that Caesar should be a Christian or use Christian ethics.
it's
There's
pretty
like nothing
easy.
there
Like
for that.
sure, I would
it's
argue that
pretty
is
good because you
with
never run
substantiated
out
as
of
other
stuff to do.
I would
I
say
mean,
the
you could
consistent
do
pattern of Jesus
that
rejecting
even if
political power
you
over
don't
and
get
over
the
again.
like that quest at all because you can
You're right.
just do
You're right.
whatever
In
you
fact,
want. You can
not a single
I
Christian
don't
Is your
know.
mission to
One,
die
you
for
can make your
mankind?
own
You have a
quest
different
where
mission?
it
no,
says
my mission is to represent Christ as best as possible.
Okay, got it. So it's not
go
to
to
die for
every
mankind. You have a
corner
different
of
mission than Jesus
Spain
Christ did.
and do
Got it.
10
So
What's different
where
between
am I
like
going to find that
crouches.
Christians must live
I could do
only
a
secular
quest.
countries?
I didn't say that that's where you find.
Okay, then why should I assume that Christians should only be able to rule in a secular way?
I didn't say that they should go anywhere secular.
Well, then what is the
I said that
problem?
they should not impose onto Christians Christian moral law
Yeah,
that
I
would
have a
break
lot
the
of followers.
We do it all the time.
I
Most
don't
of the
mind it
common law
though.
that you're referencing is imposed from Christian ethics.
It's not imposed from it, it's informed by it.
Yeah, and it's, by the way,
You might notice
when
I
they
never said I
push-
had an issue with being informed by
Yeah,
it.
when
I
they
said
push,
imposed by it.
yeah, why is it that Christians can't impose that, but secularists can impose that?
Because secular people aren't Christian.
So they can just rule over Christians, but Christians can't rule over them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to
Why not?
side of a mountain.
So what?
So Christians shouldn't be imposing tyranny on other people.
That's not tyranny.
Yeah,
Wait,
imposing
why is it all
imposing
blue
your
and
religious
stuff?
religion onto others when it's against their interests and not their religion is kind of tyrannical. Yeah.
No, that's not tyrannical.
Oh, no.
It's not a
Weird.
then all laws would be tyrannical if it's an imposition on somebody's values that they don't like.
It would be if it's compelled, yeah. Compelled speech, for example,
Is that so? So, when you're talking about compelling a person to do a thing, are you saying that secularists don't compel people to do things? What about the draft?
Right.
yeah,
Let's
that's
go
not
over here.
It's not.
States can compel. Christians should not compel.
I don't understand. The draft is compelling people to do a thing,
I
right?
don't have a problem with states compelling. I have a problem with Christians compelling.
Yeah, but I don't understand.
Well, the difference here
I don't
with
understand.
Christians versus
What you said was that secularists should be able to, unless it's the case that they're pushing some value.
yes, so not secularists, states.
Yeah.
States shouldn't be able to compel people to do things that they would be a violation of
So many people.
They shouldn't do it.
Those rights and liberties are informed literally by the perspective of the
I
person. So
have my
people are
own
like, hey,
army.
we want to be able to watch porn if we want. You're like, no, you can't. You can't do that.
Alright, so
Or, hey, we want to run stop signs. You're like, hey,
okay,
you can't do
okay,
that. They're
yeah,
against their will. And they using force of law.
I don't have a problem with states compelling or using force of
Well,
law.
I don't have a problem with Christians doing that.
Yeah, that's where we differ.
Yeah, if you haven't made a
let's,
compelling case anywhere,
Just
of
because
anything,
just because you don't find it compelling doesn't mean
it's just not compelling. You haven't
Let's
shown
look
me
into
anywhere that
that.
Christians can't impose Christian ethics. Nothing. In fact, I have the entire standard of the Bible to show that God anoints kings, that Jesus Christ is God, so he anointed kings. The entirety of your argument to that is, it's because we didn't have democracy yet. It's because we weren't ready for
Not
democracy yet.
allowed.
no. Yeah. So
Yeah, show me where that's the case.
yeah. So
Show me where it's the case that God said. Jesus did not say we were not ever going to have moral kings again, ever.
You're right, but if you look at the type, I never said that he did. What I said is a typological argument. In the same way, for
The
example,
typology makes no
do
sense.
we just do everything that the Old Testament says?
course
Why
not.
not?
Because of Acts.
Go through it. Why don't we?
Okay, not a pop quiz. I just want to make sure though. Are you familiar with Acts? Okay, great. So then you should know why we don't do everything the Old Testament says.
Okay, so for example, why don't we follow, mixing of fibers?
Because
Okay.
of Acts.
Nintendo Power bullshit.
Okay, so in Acts, this
Oh.
question is asked, especially about the idea of like, well, this was the question: circumcision.
Thank you for
Do you
my
have to get
reward.
circumcised?
No,
they said no, because they imposed 3 new laws. They said no. In order to convert, you no longer have to do circumcision if you're converting over from being a Gentile. But you have to adhere to these moral laws, which is strangulation of
I
animals.
should try
That was
walking
one.
everywhere. That would be
I
fun.
think it was strangulation of animals, and then there was 2 other ones. We can pull them up real quick, though.
These weren't laws, right? These were like precepts for Christians,
Yes.
which are not laws.
Well, wait a second. They're laws within Christianity.
That's not the same thing as state laws.
Yeah, but I think that's equivocation. We were specifically discussing Acts.
Sure.
Yeah, and we were asking how it is that you were like, why don't we follow Old Testament law? And it's because in Acts this was reconciled with what the conversion of the Gentiles needed to be.
Right.
And that makes my point.
Okay.
Now you're,
This doesn't make any sense.
yes, it does. It answers your question as to why we don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Did you have some reason that you were asking that question?
Yeah, I
Was it just for fun?
Yeah, it was for an establishment of a new covenant, right?
Well, no. Covenant theology, the way that you view it, I don't view it that way. I view things as a continuum. It's not old or new covenant. There's no reconciliation. This is a continuation. We still follow the old commandments.
Okay, so
We
is it,
still follow the old commandments. We still follow all 10 of them. Jesus Christ told us to, and then gave us 2 additional commandments on top of it to follow. So no, that's incorrect. We do follow much in the Old Testament. We don't generally follow Levitical law. We don't follow Levitical law because
Okay.
Gentiles converting over. We were told exactly in Acts how that was
something,
supposed to
but
be
also
possible.
when it was
so if
written.
they engaged in Levitical law, would it be sin? Or why is it not sin for Gentiles to not participate in Levitical law?
Ask the question again.
Why is it not sin for Gentiles to not participate in Levitical law?
Why is it not sin to not participate? Ask it a different way, because I hear 2
Why
answers.
is it not wrong for
not
Gentiles to not get circumcised?
Why is it not wrong for Gentiles to not get circumcised? Ask it in positives. Should. Maybe should.
Why is it wrong? Why is it okay for Gentiles to remain uncircumcised?
Why is it? Oh, because that's what was laid down in Acts by the apostles.
Yeah, but why?
Because they were trying to figure out how to convert over people who wanted to convert over to Christianity, and whether or not they needed to follow Jewish law.
Right.
And the answer was no.
Right.
And they drew on the teachings of Jesus Christ, which you're intimately familiar with, which you're not. That, yeah, no, you don't have to do that.
Alright.
So they looked at it and they said, these laws actually, they don't matter anymore. They were valid in the Old Testament, they were sin in the Old Testament, but now they're
I'm
not
on
sin.
the throne.
No.
So was it sin?
Those are still sinful things.
So being uncircumcised is sinful.
No, not being uncircumcised is sinful. But even in the Old Testament, this was prescribed for Jews only.
Well, was it a sin for Jews to
It wasn't a sin for not Jews to do it, but it is still sinful. Even if you don't follow Christian ethics, you can still sin. This is the thing. There's a distinction in our worldview.
Sure, the issue is like when we talk about non-Christian sinning, right? It's almost empty, right? Because
It's not empty.
of course it is. When we talk about sins, yeah, of course we do. Because when we talk about sins, we're talking about the sins of omission, commission, and original sin, right?
No, we're talking about, well, first of all, I don't believe in original sin.
Okay.
I believe in ancestral sin. That's a Catholic thing that you're referencing.
Time is pretty
Okay, so you
places.
don't believe, let's say, you don't believe that humans are born into a state of separation from God, and that we need salvation to bring us back to Him.
Well, wait a second. You do need salvation. That's true. But when you're talking about original sin, this gets into Genesis, the ideas of Genesis. So,
You're not recognizing Genesis?
yes, of course I do. But I'm giving you a distinction in theology. When you say original sin, you just mean Adam and Eve both sinned. And so, okay, what do you mean by original sin?
Okay, what I mean is a state of being that we are bent towards sin and need the mercy of salvation, right? The existence that all
Alright,
humans
I do already know about conjuration.
The ancestral sin that,
Okay, we can call it
yeah,
ancestral
that
sin.
basically the curse of the earth.
And we need salvation to
From our
rectify it.
yes, of course we need salvation.
Right, and we're all in that status without salvation, right?
Yes,
Including non-Christians.
yes.
Whereas in the case of omission and commissions, right, one of the important things about omissive sin is knowing something is right and failing to do it, or commission, which is knowing something is wrong and failing to do
Which
it.
just made a big mistake. Because remember earlier you said the truth's written on your heart.
Yeah, I think that we should know that we can like broadly know these
Then
things.
that would mean that you cannot allow people who are not Christians to give them a pass on sinning because they know the truth, right?
Not in the specifically of like religious precepts. In the way of
What
like, virtue
truth do they know?
The virtue ethics of orienting towards like less harm and doing.
So then they know what's not sinful.
Not necessarily.
So
Oh,
I don't
looks like we
understand.
have visitors.
What do they know here exactly?
They have an orientation towards the good that God builds into them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so an orientation not to sin, because to not sin is good.
Well, it depends on what sin.
A daydream,
All
huh?
sins are bad.
Sure.
Okay, so then they would have an orientation to not do any of those bad things, which is sin.
Okay, so let me ask you this: why do
Don't ask me, answer
No.
first, then ask.
why do
Answer, then
priests?
ask.
No, I'm not going to.
You're not, then I'm not going to.
It gets louder.
We'll just sit here and stare at each other.
This is such a perfect time to let some chats come through. We have Shaw here. Thank you, Shaw.
Donated $100.
Thank you, Shaw.
How exactly is opposition to evolution anti-science? Evolution doesn't always satisfy the scientific method. It requires
Jeez, look how many daydreams there are.
It's not even science. Opposing it is science.
Of course, it's falsifiable, it's testable, so it's yes, and robust scientific validated evidence.
Oh, these are the living gates mods.
Streamlabs.com/11.
$100. Kyla, the equality of human beings regardless of differences or likability is not even established without Christian beliefs.
Okay.
With unalienable rights by creator access
Go
to
this way.
rights and democracy.
But no, creator doesn't mean God. It means something else that's created.
I just talked to seculars who believe in like natural law. Like, yes, there are secular arguments for like all humans.
Ross, thank you very much for the message. You guys want to get your own
You just don't find them in
It's not even a matter of compelling. It's a matter of Christian ethics. You're a Christian ethicist, right? Okay. When you're talking about secular natural rights, what the fuck are we even talking about? You don't believe in them.
Well, because we're going back to the biblical tradition, right? I understand.
Yeah, we got people.
So it's not justified. So your beliefs aren't justified, neither are theirs.
Well, in the way that he's saying this, right? So he's trying to say, you can't even establish this thing because secular beliefs are unjustified. And it's like, at a foundation axiomatic level, all beliefs are unjustified, right? And natural law theory, while I don't find it compelling, is the coherent, recognized philosophical system that does have strong argumentations for how it establishes, like, equal, yes,
Yeah.
of humans.
And while I don't find Kyla's, entire worldview compelling, right? All that matters is that because both of us can establish justification. Fuck, I
How much
don't
did-
find
What everyone has said, or
But it
you
reduces
can
to
strawman
that.
me.
It
You can strawman me if you'd like.
No, I'm making an argument. It literally would reduce to this, that there's no moral facts and moral anti-realism. If it's the case that Kyla just says that she assumes her worldview, therefore it's true, she's building everything
Didn't
up
you
based on
concede a
this
Griffith's trail
assumption.
enough to me?
That would be the point, though. Neither of us can justify, we have no moral
So
facts.
you were lying before when you said
I didn't lie. I just said I adopted the entire worldview.
So you believe that? Well, then of course you.
There's no moral facts. So when you say
I didn't say there's no
when
moral
I-
facts.
Even, and by the way, even when it's the case, when you say secular ethics, if it's the case that you're like, oh, okay, well, the thing is like I don't find that compelling. The secularist says, oh, okay, that's nice. I don't find your shit compelling.
Yeah.
How do we determine who's right?
Reason and logic. We argue it out, right? We
Yeah,
grant each other's assumptions. I grant infinite regression.
Why should
They
we
grant
follow reason and
dogmatism.
logic? Why?
I think it's led to the best outcomes, and I think it's the only sense data that we can possibly.
Yeah, but when you say best outcomes, right? When
I
you
mean
say
in a virtue ethicist way and a pragmatic way.
right within the way that you think that they're the best.
No, I think the way that God thinks is the best.
Right, the way that you think God thinks is the best.
Yeah, of course, the same as you.
Right, so if you think it's the way that God thinks is the best, and somebody else says, I think that that's the way that God thinks is the best, how do we draw the delineation between the two, determine you're right?
Usually we use reason and logic to make arguments.
We use reason and logic, and they
so
disagree
From
with
a foundation, yeah. So
Now
a
what?
foundation. Well, the problem is that some reasonable beliefs are fundamentally unresolvable. That like there are reasonable conclusions that we can hold
Yeah,
that
let's
are
go to
built on
White
a
Ride.
foundationally unjustifiable system where we have to go. I think that's a reasonable conclusion, but I think you're wrong because I prefer dogmatism. And they go, well, I think what you're saying is kind of reasonable, but I think you're wrong because I prefer infinite regression. And I utilize infinite regression in this case to make natural law.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then if all of us are just going off of like vibes, bro, because
It's
that's
not
what we're
just
doing.
vibes.
It
Don't
is.
reduce philosophy to just vibes.
Well, in your case,
Nope.
I'm sorry. In
Our
this
case, remember?
In our case,
Oh.
it's just vibes, man. See, if I don't agree with Kyla and we get through logic, it's the most good faith. We get through logic, we get through reason, we get through all these things. We have fundamental disagreements still. We don't agree on any of this. It's just like, that's fine. Okay,
how do you
great.
solve-
It's fine. I'm agreeing. It's
No,
fine.
you're not
So
agreeing.
if we
So this is
agree,
the issue.
I
You're not
literally
agreeing.
just agreed.
You
If
Griffith's
Tell me
trilemma.
apart,
You
dude.
believe that there's objective moral fact, right?
Literally, wait, we believe it.
Well, you do as well.
Don't we believe there's
Sure, but
objective
you
moral?
do as well.
Okay, how do we believe that there's objective moral facts, though?
I'm asking you.
I don't know, because I don't believe in objective
Yeah,
moral facts, because I'm
I
an
have a
Agrippa
kid or
trilemist.
something?
Were you a trolleyist? What does this even mean? It's just
It just means I don't
philosophical
understand.
problem.
It's been
I'm
too
asking you.
long.
I don't believe in moral facts. I'm a moral anti-realist, and I
Well,
have
this is
to.
obviously not true.
It's obviously true.
So I'm asking you, how do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
Why would I solve a thing I conceded is true?
Because you don't actually believe it's true.
Prove it.
Based on everything that you've said, hence we talked about Agrippa's trilemma, right? You keep on insisting that I don't believe in moral fact, but you present it in such a way of saying, this is so absurd and silly. I believe in moral facts. Maybe you don't.
But you can't figure out how you get there without.
I already told you, foundationalist lens, you can use, so moral objectivity can exist in a foundationalist lens, right? So you build some axiom. God is real. Okay? God is my axiom.
God's your axiom.
Tautology. Yeah. And God can make real moral facts. And then you can build off of that. That's how you do it.
Okay,
That's how you do it too, by the way.
But I have an axiom for more powerful God than your God who negates your moral facts.
That one.
That's not an axiom.
Why is that not an axiom?
How is my God more powerful a tautology or an axiom?
My
How
God
is
is
it
more
foundational?
powerful because he's more powerful.
What do you mean by powerful?
Like he can do more stuff than your God.
What do you mean by more stuff?
Like I don't know, he can make gods more powerful than himself.
Prove it.
Well, wait, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Justify
We
it.
can't justify things. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
These aren't axioms
why is that not an axiom?
because none of this is tautological axiomatic. They're not foundational.
All right.
Wait.
So
Do you think
the trick
you think you have to have a
is
tautology to have an axiom?
Not always, but most axioms reduce into tautologies. Yeah.
Well, you're talking about a reduction to tautology. Does an axiom need to be a tautology?
patches of as I'm sure you noticed
No, but
right there.
No, they don't have to be tautologies.
Alright.
So, if it's the case
A
that
moral. So what's the moral case for my God is more powerful?
Let us quick
Let's
save
see that.
why would that be a moral case?
and make sure that there is nothing
Why would
left
that
of
be a
Sham
moral
6
case? Why
Tower
would God be more powerful than the whole thing?
I'm assuming if you're using it as your axiom for your moral basis, because we're talking about
Well, just
moral.
God.
Well, we're talking about
I'm
moral.
just saying God.
Are we not talking about moral
You know what I'll
reality?
use?
Okay, I'm done.
Is the God.
Okay.
Yeah. So
All right, before we do that, let's turn down the bloody
That was
music.
a
It's getting
close one, but I'm
ridiculous.
tired now.
Would be
So therefore, I don't
divine
believe in
command
moral
theorist
facts.
and also a subjectivist, I suppose.
What do you mean?
Okay.
That's objectively true.